оперативного, по-настоящему оперативного резерва государственных управленцев становится исключительно актуальной задачей. Насколько я понимаю, тот резерв, который сформирован по итогам соответствующего отбора, который проводился очень эффективно, на мой взгляд, как человек, прошедший эту процедуру отбора, могу сказать это со всей определенностью, очень эффективно проводился ранхиксом. Мне кажется, что вот задача, которая ставится перед этим резервом, не очень правильная. Нахождение в этом резерве накладывает очень серьезную ответственность на каждого из 144. Это значит, он должен быть готов в каждый конкретный момент, когда, и если это будет сочтено целесообразно, дать ему какое-то конкретное поручение, он должен быть готов это доверие оправдать, и он должен быть готов пригодиться на том участке, на который он будет руководством страны направлен. Это накладывает дополнительные обязательства и в плане самообразования, о чем мы говорили, и в плане повышения своего профессионального уровня, и, наверное, в целом в плане работы над собой, в смысле самосовершенствования. Мне кажется, что вот попав в резерв, по-настоящему ты начинаешь чувствовать, что ответственность ложится на твои плечи. Гораздо больше ответственность, чем до этого момента на том участке, на тех участках, на которых мы все трудимся. Я так понимаю, что это в основном люди, которые уже работают либо в федеральных органах государственной власти, либо в региональных органах, и они несут ответственность, безусловно, и так. Но нахождение в резерве – это принципиально новый уровень ответственности. Вот это я хотел бы особенно.
Считаю, что роль резерва, любого резерва на госслужбе, она должна быть усилена. Конечно, это потребует изменения нашей нормативно-правовой базы в этой части, но учет факта наличия того или иного гражданского служащего в резерве, с учет его характеристик, с которыми он был включен в этот резерв при принятии решения о замещении каких-либо вакантных должностей, я считаю, должен быть обязательным. И это будет тоже дополнительным мотивационным стимулом для любого госслужащего к его развитию, к профессиональному. А включение в резерв должно быть одной из таких высоких ступеней, высоких наград для любого госслужащего. Очень мало людей по-настоящему государственно ориентированных. И те кадры, которые проявляют такие качества, как желание служить Родине своей, такие качества, как долг, и долг, когда у них стоит превыше всего, это, пожалуй, самые лучшие кадры для государственной службы. И именно они, мне кажется, должны всегда составлять основной костяк любого государственного органа. Для определенного уровня должностей, возможно, для высших и главных групп, возможно, по категориям определения должностей на госслужбе, вполне допустимо закрепить ведущую роль за академией и предоставить ей право сформировать соответствующие методики и программы, которые были бы едины для всей страны, распространить опыт, в том числе на субъекты Российской Федерации. И это единое окно, единая роль от академии, мне кажется, будет играть в положительном смысле, большое положительное значение будет иметь, потому что сосредоточение всегда в одних руках большого объема информации и возможность его проанализировать гарантирует качественное принятие решения. И академия всегда может объективно оценить госслужащего, претендента для включения в кадровый резерв. При этом академия, она обладает всеми для этого ресурсами. То есть экспертный уровень и качество подготовки очень высоки. То есть этот выбор был бы очень обоснованным.
И как депутат, который тоже постоянно сталкивается с работой аппарата, сталкивается с работой чиновников разных министерств, ведомств, органов местного самоуправления, наверное, выделил бы две основные проблемы. Первое – это серьезный кадровый голод. Потому что огромное количество появилось учебных заведений, которые готовят низкокачественных специалистов в своей области. Вторая проблема – это наличие во властных структурах большого количества людей, да, с опытом, да, со знаниями, которые уже просто устали. Они сидят на одном месте там, по 20-30 лет, они уже перешли тот возрастной рубеж, когда нет желания стремиться к чему-то, двигаться куда-то, они либо высиживают просто, ожидая ухода на пенсию, потому что получать пенсию хорошую, да, там определенный стаж должен быть, надо уйти с госслужбы на пенсию, либо просто считают, что зачем проявлять инициативу, если и так зарплата будет такая, какую они получают. Это вот две ключевые проблемы. На самом деле кадровый резерв представляет из себя определенный реестр тех граждан, которые могли бы быть востребованы при решении каких-то кадровых вопросов. А то, что необходимо омоложение, освежение, оздоровление и появление каких-то новых свежих идей, свежей крови, это очевидно. Уже об этом федеральные власти открыто говорят.
Вопрос, который касается дальнейшего развития государственной службы нашей российской, прежде всего, самым тесным образом связан с созданием системы поиска, привлечения и развития талантов. Создать более эффективную систему подбора людей, которые действительно могут рассматриваться как наши конкурентные преимущества. Прежде всего, государство, которое в текущих политических и экономических обстоятельствах должно преодолеть определенные сложности, конечно, сталкивается с необходимостью создания системы управления, которая будет в максимальной степени конкурентоспособна. Должны приходить на госслужбу те люди, которые действительно могут держать удар и укреплять госслужбу специалистами в максимальной степени, способными справляться с теми задачами, которые сейчас стоят перед нашим обществом. Вот сейчас все резервы, сейчас у нас система децентрализована. При этом принятие решений о назначении в полном объеме отдано конкретно госорганам. Никаких дополнительных стимулов для того, чтобы брать из резерва, у нас не создано для госорганов. То есть мы должны подумать над тем, чтобы создать стимулы для руководителя госоргана брать из резерва. То есть руководитель должен понимать, что ему выгоднее взять человека из резерва. То есть для них должна быть создана определенная система каких-то карьерных лифтов и возможности продвижения по должностям параллельно, да, мы не будем, может быть, бояться этого говорить, да, параллельно той системе, которая сейчас уже существует. То есть то, что многообразие резервов. То есть у нас резерв есть и федеральный, и управленческих кадров, и в субъектах. Все это я бы вообще в перспективе считаю, что необходимо объединять. Структуру резервов, которая бы все-таки коррелировала и все-таки продумывать какие-то единые принципы попадания, чтобы вот у человека была возможность, пройдя определенные процедуры с муниципального уровня, пройти через вот эти резервы, через эти сито такие, да, фильтры, и дойти до федерального уровня. То есть я думаю, что для этого нужно каким-то образом все-таки такую систему карьерного продвижения делать. А иначе у нас будет ситуация, при которой попадание на более высокий уровень, оно будет, скажем так, скорее случайным, а мы должны все-таки сделать эту систему управления.
Ну, эффективный кадровый резерв, опять же, берем пункт номер 1, да, значит, но опять же есть учредительские вещи, да, он должен быть, скажем так, он не может быть бесконечным, безграничным, то есть это должен быть какой-то определенный процент того набора людей, да, который сегодня работает, да. Разные цифры называются, ну, в классике это до 30%, да, при этом понятно, что надо сразу резерв по уровням, скажем, каким-то образом варьировать, да, то есть выше уровень, средний уровень, низший уровень. Ротационные вещи по горизонтали, да, тоже очень важная тема. Это первое. Второе. Безусловно, должны быть вещи, связанные, скажем, должны быть определенные ограничения там, по возрасту. Да. Ну а третий момент, если мы говорим о кадровом резерве, то, конечно, я сторонник номенклатурного подхода советского. Вот. То есть, если человек уже в этот резерв попадает, то, естественно, работать не должна быть системной, она должна быть, естественно, индивидуальной.
Я бы выделила 3 ключевые проблемы. Это отсутствие преемственности в подборе кадров, нарушение порядка омоложения кадрового состава и достаточно острая потребность в профессиональных, высоконравственных специалистах на уровне государственного управления. Мы должны понимать, что этот резерв востребован. Только в этом случае люди будут готовы работать с резервом и заниматься повышением своей квалификации. Я считаю, что академия как раз позволяет обеспечить достаточно высокий компетентностный уровень для руководителей, а соответственно и повысить качество подготовки государственных служащих.
Я курирую целых 4 вида резерва. Начиная от молодежного кадрового резерва, это тот резерв, поставщиком которого, собственно, академия в первую очередь и является, поставляя нам периодически достаточно хороших, крепких студентов, аспирантов, которые в дальнейшем становятся уже серьезными гражданским служащим. Кстати, очень много выпускников Академии буквально последних 2 лет уже сейчас работают на младших должностях начальных. Собственно, успешно достаточно трудятся. Главной нашей задачей было, собственно, и есть это формирование качественного кадрового состава государственной службы. Вопросы подготовки кадров как для государственной службы, так и на государственной службе, то есть дополнительное образование уже действующих государственных служащих для нас является приоритетными. Не случайно подготовка кадров, собственно, отнесена к числу одних из приоритетных направлений развития государственной гражданской службы в 2015 году. И, надеюсь, принятием новой, соответственно, программы развития государственной гражданской службы на федеральном уровне. Эти вопросы, я думаю, что будут также более углубляться, более расширяться в нашей работе тоже. Поэтому, собственно, взаимодействие с Академией, Северо-Западным институтом для нас являются ключевыми. Мы традиционно сотрудничали с момента создания Северо-Западного института в 1991 году. И вплоть до настоящего времени у нас очень тесные контакты. Я считаю, что в 2015 году они будут только расширены.
Вопрос эффективности – это вопрос постоянного образования, постоянного самообразования и постоянного практического применения этого образования в своей повседневной деятельности. Теория «Мой друг суха», из гуще жизни загребайте смело. Традиционно Северо-Западный институт, раньше это Северо-Западная академия государственной службы, а сейчас Северо-Западный институт управления, они занимают особое место в системе подготовки именно кадров, молодых кадров для государственного управления Санкт-Петербурга. Именно на базе вот этого вуза была организована базовая кафедра при администрации губернатора Санкт-Петербурга. Это один из 2 вузов, точнее, на которых были организованы базовые кафедры. Именно для более практической, более предметной подготовки наших выпускников. Они должны, в нашем понимании, уже завтра, на следующий день после получения диплома, прийти, засучив рукава и приступить к эффективному исполнению. Ну, конечно же, с адаптацией, с элементами наставничества над ними, но уже приступить к эффективному исполнению своих должностных обязанностей. А сами студенты в результате вот этой практической подготовки на базовых кафедрах, как мы и планируем, должны получить тот самый опыт, который им не хватает. Дорога к двустороннему движению.
Образовательные программы Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации всегда характеризуются особой исключительностью. Например, отличительной чертой программы подготовки резерва управленческих кадров высшего уровня явились, с одной стороны, высокий профессионализм профессорско-преподавательского экспертного состава, с другой – проектная направленность, инновационность, ориентация на малые группы. Весь учебный материал, аналитическая информация актуальны и своевременны. Способы их подачи адаптированы к быстрому восприятию и пониманию, что дает возможность оперативно и качественно осваивать новые знания, развивать необходимые управленческие компетенции. Для меня и для других слушателей программы итогом обучения стали некая структурированность, конкретное понимание, куда нужно двигаться. Все подразделения Академии демонстрируют системность действий, направленных на достижение общей цели. Но для органов государственной власти Академия при президенте Российской Федерации – это прежде всего высшая школа государственного управления, ориентированная на подготовку управленцев для госсектора страны. Программы подготовки кадров Российской Академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации соответствуют самым высоким стандартам, являются эталонными. Немаловажно, что получение образования не является финальной точкой во взаимоотношениях с Академией. Сотрудничество продолжается в различных формах. Привлечение экспертов Высшей школы госуправления к решению практических задач органов власти, использование госструктур в качестве полигонов для актуализации учебного процесса. Хочу пожелать всем сотрудникам, профессорско-преподавательскому составу Академии продолжать работу так же эффективно и предлагать к реализации новые интересные программы. Обучение в Академии – это образование со знаком качества.
Президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин в своих программных указах поставил задачу по совершенствованию государственного управления, по улучшению эффективности работы государственного аппарата. Это невозможно реализовать без укрепления кадрового состава, как государственных служащих, так и муниципальных служащих. Понимая это, мы в правительстве Вологодской области запустили серию уникальных кадровых проектов под общим названием «Команда губернатора». Мы понимаем, что принимать оперативные решения в управлении госсектором и муниципальными образованиями должны люди, которым доверяют прежде всего население. И мы сделали первый шаг. Запустили проект «Команда губернатора. Ваш выбор», в котором принимали участие большое количество экспертов, руководителей государственных и муниципальных органов власти для формирования команды губернатора. Более 250 анкет, 49 финалистов, 14 из которых вошли в высшие органы государственной исполнительной власти Вологодской области. Уникальный проект, который сформировал сами жители Вологодской области. Этот проект оказался очень востребован. И органы муниципальной власти формируются на конкурсной основе. Мы пошли дальше и запустили всенародную оценку эффективности работы органов государственной власти. Запустили проект «Команда губернатора. Ваша оценка». Мы получили более 300 тысяч уникальных анкет, которые говорили о эффективности работы госорганов, которые выставили оценку ключевым заместителям губернатора и руководителям департаментов о эффективности работы за прошедший год. Я считаю, что этот проект, основанный на мнении жителей Вологодской области, возможен для тиражирования и в других регионах Российской Федерации. Мы опираемся на мнение населения при принятии важных управленческих решений, в том числе кадровых решений. Эффективный руководитель – тот руководитель, который умеет добиваться положительного результата при любых самых неблагоприятных условиях. Руководитель должен обладать соответствующим набором компетенций, непрерывно обучаться, совершенствоваться, проходить практикумы и тренинги. И главный наш помощник здесь – это Российская академия народного хозяйства, благодаря которой прошло обучение большое количество руководителей Вологодской области, как государственного, так и муниципального уровня. Мы разработали уникальные программы подготовки, основанные на личных качествах резервистов. И этот профессиональный лифт работает очень эффективно. У нас в Вологодской области одна из самых молодых команд управленцев. И на государственном и муниципальном уровне мы на конкурсной основе выбираем лучших из лучших для того, чтобы государственная и муниципальная власть была максимально эффективна. Все решения, которые принимаются на государственном и муниципальном уровне, основываются прежде всего на мнении тех людей, которым это прежде всего необходимо. Для решения поставленных задач необходим очень мощный кадровый резерв. И мы запустили еще один уникальный проект – «Команда губернатора. Муниципальный уровень». В рамках этого проекта более 300 резервистов прошли аттестацию и получили мнение экспертного сообщества о наборе компетенций, который необходим для государственного и муниципального служащего. В рамках этого проекта мы отобрали лучших из лучших. И они на прошедших выборах вошли в управляющие команды на муниципальном и государственном уровне. Благодаря этому проекту в каждом муниципальном районе, сельском поселении, городском округе были выявлены молодые люди, которые готовы работать на государственной и муниципальной службе. Этот проект мы тиражируем во всех муниципальных образованиях. Он стал ежегодным, и на сегодняшний день он дает положительный эффект. Люди приходят во власть, влеченные доверием, прежде всего, населения, доверием избирателей. И я уверен, что вот эта программа кадрового резерва, основанная на уникальных проектах команды губернатора, даст свой эффект в среднесрочной и долгосрочной перспективе.
Кадровый голод, потребность настоящих профессионалов, управленцев испытывает каждый сектор экономики, каждая социальная отрасль. Еще раз подчеркну, госуправление и муниципальное управление здесь не исключено. В России, вот, в непростые времена появилось ошибочное мнение, что отдельные госуправленцы готовят не время. Что вот люди эффективные, энергичные, работающие в бизнесе, они смогут успешно решать вопросы государственного управления. На мой взгляд, это колоссальная ошибка. Государственному, муниципальному управлению нужно готовить отдельно. Да, здесь очень важны, на мой взгляд, и программы переподготовки, не только начального образования, профессионального образования, но и системы переподготовки. Действительно, людей, которые по тем или иным причинам, в том числе заняв выборные должности, пришли к государственному, муниципальному управлению, их нужно готовить, нужно проводить переподготовку. Эффективный кадровый резерв – это тот резерв, который формируется, исходя из объективных критериев оценки. Исходя из тех результатов, которые человек достиг работая на предыдущих должностях, различных сферах. Кстати, может быть, мне кажется, очень интересный тот опыт, с которым мы вместе с моими коллегами в кадровом резерве получили, когда мы решали сложные задачи, системные задачи, находясь в атмосфере, в коллективе людей, представляющих разные отрасли. И при этом от государственного, муниципального управления, госкорпораций, бизнеса, ведомств. И вот этот взгляд на ситуацию, который отличался, да, и который давал дополнительные средства проблематики, мне кажется, вот этот опыт достаточно эффективный и очень важный. Я думаю, что очень интересные подходы. Я хочу вам желать успеха, поблагодарить за этот опыт и за обучение. И, конечно, всегда есть над чем работать, совершенствовать программу. То, что уже сделано, да, это база, программа обучения создана, она принесет свои плоды.
В этих условиях, безусловно, дополнительно возрастает актуальность в наличии работников, кадров, государственной службы, которая хорошо ориентировалась во всех реалиях. Я считаю, что неотъемлемым компонентом любого государственного служащего должно быть расширение своего кругозора, постоянное повышение уровня образования. Сегодня одной из ключевых черт эффективного государственного служащего и, наверное, особенно эффективного управленца является в самом широком смысле чувство патриотизма. Вот этот сплав профессионализма, компетентности, уверенности в своей готовности выполнять соответствующие задачи, которые ставит президент, которые ставит руководство страны, чувство патриотизма, вот этот сплав, наверное, это основные характеристики, которые важны для, в принципе, любого государственного служащего, но особенно для управленца. В сегодняшних условиях формирование такого оперативного, по-настоящему оперативного резерва государственных управленцев становится исключительно актуальной задачей. Насколько я понимаю, тот резерв, который сформирован по итогам соответствующего отбора, который проводился очень эффективно, на мой взгляд, как человек, прошедший эту процедуру отбора, могу сказать это со всей определенностью, очень эффективно проводился Ранхиксом. Мне кажется, что вот задачи, которые ставятся перед этим резервом, они очень правильные. Нахождение в этом резерве накладывает очень серьезную ответственность на каждого из 144. Это значит, он должен быть готов в каждый конкретный момент, когда, и если это будет сочтено целесообразным, дать ему какое-то конкретное поручение, он должен быть готов это доверие оправдать, и он должен быть готов пригодиться на том участке, на который он будет руководством страны направлен. Это накладывает дополнительные обязательства и в плане самообразования, о чем мы говорили, и в плане повышения своего профессионального уровня, и, наверное, в целом в плане работы над собой, в смысле самосовершенствования. Мне кажется, что вот попав в резерв, по-настоящему ты начинаешь чувствовать, что ответственность ложится на твои плечи. Гораздо больше ответственность, чем до этого момента на том участке, на тех участках, на которых мы все трудимся. Я так понимаю, что это в основном люди, которые уже работают либо в федеральных органах государственной власти, либо в региональных органах, и они несут ответственность, безусловно, и так. Но нахождение в резерве – это принципиально новый уровень ответственности. Вот это я хотел бы особенно.
Роль резерва любого резерва на госслужбе, она должна быть усилена. Конечно, это потребует изменения нашей нормативно-правовой базы в этой части, но учет факта наличия того или иного гражданского служащего в резерве, с учетом его характеристик, с которыми он был включен в этот резерв, при принятии решения о замещении каких-либо вакантных должностей, я считаю, должно быть обязательным. И это будет тоже дополнительным мотивационным стимулом для любого госслужащего к его развитию, к профессиональному, а включение в резерв должно быть одной из таких высоких ступеней, высоких наград для любого госслужащего. Очень мало людей по-настоящему государственно ориентированных. И те кадры, которые проявляют такие качества, как желание служить Родине своей, такие качества, как долг, и долг, когда у них стоит превыше всего, это, пожалуй, самые лучшие кадры для государственной службы, и именно они, мне кажется, должны всегда составлять основной костяк любого государственного органа. Для определенного уровня должностей, возможно, для высших и главных групп, возможно, по категориям определения должностей на госслужбе, вполне допустимо закрепить ведущую роль за академией и предоставить ей право сформировать соответствующие методики и программы, которые были бы едины для всей страны, распространить опыт, в том числе на субъекты Российской Федерации. И это единое окно, единая роль этой академии, мне кажется, будет играть в положительном смысле, большое положительное значение будет иметь, потому что сосредоточение всегда в одних руках большого объема информации и возможность его проанализировать гарантирует качественное принятие решения. И академия всегда может объективно оценить госслужащего, претендента для включения в кадровый резерв. При этом академия, она обладает всеми для этого ресурсами. То есть экспертный уровень и качество подготовки очень высоки. То есть этот выбор был бы очень обоснованным.
И как депутат, который тоже постоянно сталкивается с работой аппарата, сталкивается с работой чиновников разных министерств, ведомств, органов местного самоуправления, наверное, выделил бы две основные проблемы. Первое – это серьезный кадровый голод. Потому что огромное количество появилось учебных заведений, которые готовят низкокачественных специалистов в своей области. Вторая проблема – это наличие во властных структурах большого количества людей, да, с опытом, да, со знаниями, но которые уже просто устали. Они сидят на одном месте там, по 20-30 лет, они уже перешли тот возрастной рубеж, когда нет желания стремиться к чему-то, двигаться куда-то, они либо высиживают просто, ожидая ухода на пенсию, потому что получать пенсию хорошую, да, там определенный стаж должен быть, надо уйти с госслужбы на пенсию, либо просто считают, что зачем проявлять инициативу, если и так зарплата будет такая, какую они получают. Это вот две ключевые проблемы. На самом деле кадровый резерв, он представляет из себя определенный реестр тех граждан, которые могли бы быть востребованы при решении каких-то кадровых вопросов. А то, что необходимо омоложение, освежение, оздоровление и появление каких-то новых свежих идей, свежей крови, это очевидно. Уже об этом федеральные власти открыто говорят.
Вопрос, который касается дальнейшего развития государственной службы нашей российской, прежде всего, самым тесным образом связан с созданием системы поиска, привлечения и развития талантов. Создать более эффективную систему подбора людей, которые действительно могут рассматриваться как наше конкурентное преимущество. Прежде всего, государство, которое в текущих политических, экономических обстоятельствах должно преодолеть определенные сложности, конечно, сталкивается с необходимостью создания системы управления, которая будет в максимальной степени конкурентоспособна. Должны приходить на госслужбу те люди, которые действительно могут держать удар и укреплять госслужбу специалистами в максимальной степени, способными справляться с теми задачами, которые сейчас стоят перед нашим обществом. Вот сейчас все резервы, сейчас у нас система децентрализована. При этом принятие решений о назначении в полном объеме отданы конкретно госорганам. Никаких дополнительных стимулов для того, чтобы брать из резерва, у нас не создано для госорганов. То есть мы должны подумать над тем, чтобы создать стимулы для руководителя госоргана брать из резерва. То есть руководитель должен понимать, что госорган, что ему выгоднее взять человека из резерва. То есть для них должна быть создана определенная система каких-то карьерных лифтов и возможности продвижения по должностям параллельно, да, мы не будем, может быть, бояться этого говорить, да, параллельно той системе, которая сейчас уже существует. То есть то, что многообразие резервов. То есть у нас резерв есть и федеральный, и управленческих кадров, и в субъектах. Все это я бы вообще в перспективе считаю, что необходимо объединять. Структуру резервов, которая бы все-таки коррелировала и все-таки продумывать какие-то единые принципы попадания, чтобы вот у человека была возможность, пройдя определенные процедуры с муниципального уровня, пройти через вот эти резервы, через эти сито такие, да, фильтры, и дойти до федерального уровня. То есть я думаю, что для этого нужно каким-то образом все-таки такую систему карьерного продвижения делать. А иначе у нас будет ситуация, при которой попадание на более высокий уровень, оно будет, скажем так, скорее случайным, а мы должны все-таки сделать эту систему управления.
Ну, эффективный кадровый резерв, опять же, берем пункт номер 1, да, значит, но опять же есть учредительские вещи, да, он должен быть, скажем так, он не может быть бесконечным, безграничным, то есть это должен быть какой-то определенный процент от того набора людей, да, который сегодня работает, да. Разные цифры называются, ну, в классике это до 30%, да, при этом понятно, что надо сразу резерв по уровням, скажем, каким-то образом варьировать, да, то есть высший уровень, средний уровень, низший уровень, ротационные вещи по горизонтали, да, тоже очень важная тема. Это первое. Второе. Безусловно, должны быть вещи, связанные, должны быть определенные ограничения там, по возрасту. Да. Ну а третий момент, если мы говорим о кадровом резерве, то, конечно, я сторонник номенклатурного подхода такого советского. Вот. То есть, если человек уже в этот резерв попадает, то, естественно, работа с ним должна быть системная, она должна быть действительно индивидуальной.
Я бы выделила 3 ключевые проблемы. Это отсутствие преемственности в подборе кадров, нарушение порядка омоложения кадрового состава и достаточно острая потребность в профессиональных, высоконравственных специалистов на уровне государственного управления. Мы должны понимать, что этот резерв востребован. Только в этом случае люди будут готовы работать с резервом и заниматься повышением своей квалификации. Я считаю, что академия как раз позволяет обеспечить достаточно высокий компетентностный уровень для руководителей, а соответственно и повысить качество подготовки государственных служащих.
Я курирую целых 4 вида резерва. Начиная от молодежного кадрового резерва, это тот резерв, поставщиком которого, собственно, академия в первую очередь и является, поставляя нам периодически достаточно хороших, крепких студентов, аспирантов, которые в дальнейшем становятся уже серьезными гражданскими служащими. Кстати, очень много выпускников Академии буквально последних 2 лет уже сейчас работают на младших должностях начальных. Собственно, успешно достаточно трудятся. Главной нашей задачей было, собственно, и есть это формирование качественного кадрового состава государственной службы. Вопросы подготовки кадров как для государственной службы, так и на государственной службе, то есть дополнительное образование уже действующих государственных служащих для нас являются приоритетными. Не случайно подготовка кадров, собственно, отнесена к числу одних из приоритетных направлений развития государственной гражданской службы в 2015 году. И, надеюсь, принятием новой, соответственно, программы развития государственной гражданской службы на федеральном уровне. Эти вопросы, я думаю, что будут также более углубляться, более расширяться в нашей работе тоже. Поэтому, собственно, взаимодействие с Академией, Северо-Западным институтом для нас являются ключевыми. Мы традиционно сотрудничали с момента создания Северо-Западного института в 1991 году. И вплоть до настоящего времени у нас очень тесные контакты. Я считаю, что в 2015 году они будут только расширены.
Вопрос эффективности – это вопрос постоянного образования, постоянного самообразования и постоянного практического применения этого образования в своей повседневной деятельности. Теория, мой друг, суха. Из гуще жизни загребайте смело. Традиционно Северо-Западный институт, раньше это Северо-Западная академия государственной службы, а сейчас Северо-Западный институт управления, они занимают особое место в системе подготовки именно кадров, молодых кадров для государственного управления Санкт-Петербурга. Именно на базе вот этого вуза была организована базовая кафедра при администрации губернатора Санкт-Петербурга. это один из двух вузов, точнее, в которых были организованы базовые кафедры. Именно для более практической, более предметной подготовки наших выпускников. Они должны, в нашем понимании, уже завтра, на следующий день после получения диплома, прийти, засучив рукава и приступить к исполнению, к эффективному исполнению, ну, конечно же, с адаптацией, с элементами наставничества над ними, но уже приступить к эффективному исполнению своих должностных обязанностей. А сами студенты в результате вот этой практической подготовки на базовых кафедрах, как мы и планируем, должны получить тот самый опыт, который им не хватает. Дорога с двусторонним движением.
Образовательные программы Российской академии народного хозяйства и государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации всегда характеризуются особой исключительностью. Например, отличительной чертой программы подготовки резерва управленческих кадров высшего уровня явились, с одной стороны, высокий профессионализм профессорско-преподавательского экспертного состава, с другой – проектная направленность, инновационность, ориентация на малые группы. Весь учебный материал, аналитическая информация актуальны и своевременны. Способы их подачи адаптированы к быстрому восприятию и пониманию, что дает возможность оперативно и качественно осваивать новые знания, развивать необходимые управленческие компетенции. Для меня и для других слушателей программы итогом обучения стали некая структурированность, конкретное понимание, куда нужно двигаться. Все подразделения Академии демонстрируют системность действий, направленных на достижение общей цели. Но для органов государственной власти Академия при президенте Российской Федерации – это прежде всего высшая школа государственного управления, ориентированная на подготовку управленцев для госсектора страны. Программы подготовки кадров Российской Академии народного хозяйства и Государственной службы при президенте Российской Федерации соответствуют самым высоким стандартам, являются эталонными. Немаловажно, что получение образования не является финальной точкой во взаимоотношениях с Академией. Сотрудничество продолжается в различных формах. Привлечение экспертов Высшей школы госуправления к решению практических задач органов власти, использование госструктур в качестве полигонов для актуализации учебного процесса. Хочу пожелать всем сотрудникам, профессорско-преподавательскому составу Академии продолжать работу так же эффективно и предлагать к реализации новые интересные программы. Обучение в Академии – это образование со знаком качества.
Президент Российской Федерации Владимир Владимирович Путин в своих программных указах поставил задачу по совершенствованию государственного управления, по улучшению эффективности работы государственного аппарата. Это невозможно реализовать без укрепления кадрового состава, как государственных служащих, так и муниципальных служащих. Понимая это, мы в правительстве Вологодской области запустили серию уникальных кадровых проектов под общим названием «Команда губернатора». Мы понимаем, что принимать оперативные решения в управлении госсектором и муниципальными образованиями должны люди, которым доверяют прежде всего население. И мы сделали первый шаг. Запустили проект «Команда губернатора. Ваш выбор», в котором принимали участие большое количество экспертов, руководителей государственных и муниципальных органов власти для формирования команды губернатора. Более 250 анкет, 49 финалистов, 14 из которых вошли в высшие органы государственной исполнительной власти Вологодской области. Уникальный проект, который сформировал сами жители Вологодской области. Этот проект оказался очень востребован. И органы муниципальной власти формируются на конкурсной основе. Мы пошли дальше и запустили всенародную оценку эффективности работы органов государственной власти. Запустили проект «Команда губернатора. Ваша оценка». Мы получили более 300 тысяч уникальных анкет, которые говорили о эффективности работы госорганов, которые выставили оценку ключевым заместителям губернатора и руководителям департаментов о эффективности работы за прошедший год. Я считаю, что этот проект, основанный на мнении жителей Вологодской области, возможен для тиражирования и в других регионах Российской Федерации. Мы опираемся на мнение населения при принятии важных управленческих решений, в том числе кадровых решений. Эффективный руководитель – тот руководитель, который умеет добиваться положительного результата при любых самых неблагоприятных условиях. Руководитель должен обладать соответствующим набором компетенций, непрерывно обучаться, совершенствоваться, проходить практикумы и тренинги. И главный наш помощник здесь – это Российская академия народного хозяйства, благодаря которой прошло обучение большое количество руководителей Вологодской области, как государственного, так и муниципального уровня. Мы разработали уникальные программы подготовки, основанные на личных качествах резервистов. И этот профессиональный лифт работает очень эффективно. У нас в Вологодской области одна из самых молодых команд управленцев. И на государственном и муниципальном уровне мы на конкурсной основе выбираем лучших из лучших, для того, чтобы государственная и муниципальная власть была максимально эффективна. Все решения, которые принимаются на государственном и муниципальном уровне, основываются прежде всего на мнении тех людей, которым это прежде всего необходимо. Для решения поставленных задач необходим очень мощный кадровый резерв. И мы запустили еще один уникальный проект – команда губернатора «Муниципальный уровень». В рамках этого проекта более 300 резервистов прошли аттестацию и получили мнение экспертного сообщества о наборе компетенций, который необходим для государственного и муниципального служащего. В рамках этого проекта мы отобрали лучших из лучших. И они на прошедших выборах вошли...
Закидывай тогда на рабочий стол, презентацию. Там презентация баснавки, с которой будет выступать на рабочий стол. Ну, кто будет? Фамилию главное, чтобы... Посмотри, где она. Там ты есть. Я хочу, чтобы ты была, девочка. Вдруг, да, это баснак. Она написана. Пиши баснак.
Стараемся по это. Заставку уже запускать.
Да, запускать заставку. Я забираю.
Стулья-то еще принесут, что будет.
Составки-то идет. Открытие секции, дальше там высокие он хочет стульчик расставить или там. Там PDF важно, после него потом и как бы заставляешь, оставляешь после этого.
Каким это PDF, это следующие у него ставки не будет. Вот, ему ничего не надо открывать, нет? У него не будет презентации. Нету ничего, у них нету. Вот Ташина. Не открою.
Дальше.
Если по фамилиям расписано.
Хидова презентации тоже нет. Баснака презентацию.
Скинули тоже в папке, да?
Да, ушел.
Они по порядку, нет?
Ну,
да, написано, точно?
Там написано.
Я не искала.
Так, слайдер. Нужно.
Сейчас пойдет куда?
Сейчас будет открытие секции.
Когда Алексей Игоревич будет выступать, Шарлыкин, вот, вы можете мне принести пульт? Да. А то если я буду ходить, некорректно. Ладно.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the session on the vector of development for public administration. This is a part of Gaidarovskого Forum. This has become a traditional event. It attracts attention of leading international experts. This year, for the first time, we are having a session on human resources for civil service. We would like to start this session by addressing the issue of reforms, new development factors in public administration system, whatever is important to implement the strategy for the social and economic development of the country for the years to come. What should we do to support this development from standpoint of human resources? We have tried to put the session together in such a way that in the first part we can take presentations from our colleagues. They will talk about main trends in public administration and civil service in different parts of the world. We will have two presentations. Then we are going to give you a compressed overview of the Academy's work in this direction, things that we have done in 2014, following which we will have a discussion of our current work on enhancing effectiveness of public administration, civil service, better methods of training of civil workers, and we'll talk about our plans for the year. At the end of 2015, we plan to hold a big event, a big forum on civil service and public administration. So we are hoping that today's event will be a good open discussion which will help us to identify priorities and tasks that we should address during the year, things we should focus on and discuss again at the end of the year. We are going to work for 2 hours straight without any breaks. We have a tight schedule, so if anyone needs to leave, then that can be done at any point in time. Please feel free. We will understand if somebody needs to take a call or leave the room. We just need to make it within our time slot. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now pass the floor to Andrei Viktorovich Soroka, the director of the Human Resources Department in the government of Russian Federation. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are in this audience that has been used to train high-level civil workers and public administrators. I would assume that at least 150 high-level executives have been trained or retrained here as a part of the federal program. So the atmosphere is right. I think today we will talk about many important things. We are here to give some thought to what we should do to develop civil service and public administration, what kind of challenges we are faced with. In the last conference on civil service, which took place in 2009, we have talked about many things, but it's been a long time ago. Now we have new challenges that we need to address, and we need to fulfill Resolution 601 by the President of Russian Federation, and we are working hard on that. Being here today at Gaidarovsky Forum, economic forum, mind you, this is the first time that the issue of public administration and civil service is raised at this venue, at this forum. Thank you very much to the Russian Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. Thank you very much for providing this space. We are hoping to have a good, lively discussion. We have many guests. We have many people in the audience who are professionals in human resources business. Like I said, we have problems, and I think it's important to outline the issues that need to be addressed. So, Dmitry Medvedev has said that development of civil service is one of the key tasks. It has been stated in the plans of the government covering period through 2018. We have to develop new training technologies for human resources. The task we face is to make civil service open. We have to make it prestigious. We have to make it result-oriented, and certainly one of important issues is the issue of competitiveness. This is a serious matter. The government is working on it. We have to give people decent salaries. This is no secret. This is one of the challenges, and we are identifying a roadmap to find a solution for this. Like I said, the government is on top of this matter. I believe that we should use the following principles. One, appointing to different positions, we have to look at persons' merits and abilities. Secondly, we need to see a continuous improvement of professionalism of civil workers. That is what we are currently working towards. We are organizing structures that would be helpful in improving the quality of civil workers. We are developing a draft law on public and civil works. We want to use the latest developments in this field. This domain is extremely important. Those who have faced this in practical terms, those who have done practical work in public organizations understand that there are certain challenges, and we assume that today we need a centralized system of training for civil workers. We should identify priorities for such workers and give assignments to leading universities. We will do more in terms of professional education and use alternative methods. We will have exchange programs. We will offer periods of apprenticeships for civil workers, for public administrators. We will use the expertise of universities of different levels. We believe that we should focus on self-education. That should be an important part of every public administrator's work. At the final phase of development of the training system for civil workers of high level, we are reviewing the possibility of sending high-level civil workers to MPA programs. Another consideration, it has to do with improvement of requirements for various positions in public offices. That is an extremely important task. There are certain difficulties that we have faced in the past. This is a job that takes many years. We are enhancing those requirements. We will be doing many things that business community does. We will use a system of certification that should give civil workers and public administrators additional stimulus to improve their education and skills level. We should also do more in the way we select candidates for public jobs. It's not like we are not satisfied with the quality of public workers. I don't want to imply that. We just want to develop a set of tools to be able to evaluate the quality of people's knowledge and skills. Russian Academy for National Economy and Public Administration has a lot of resources, and they should be deployed as much as possible. The Academy does a lot to improve the skill levels of public administrators. It is very helpful in selection of candidates. We are looking at many options in this domain. We would appreciate your inputs, your opinions on this matter. Another point I would like to draw your attention to. In 2014, we did quite a lot in the Labor Ministry and in Telecommunications Ministry to watch the use of new technologies in public workers' training programs. We have identified a number of issues. There's a lot of routine procedures that could be automated. We see that about 50% of federal organizations and regional organizations have proper tools in terms of information technologies. I think the job done by the Ministry of Labor and the Ministry of Telecommunications to create a tool set for this purpose is quite an interesting thing. It will be useful for all parts of the country. Creating one common information space would be very useful for everyone. I believe that this is an important effort, and it would help us enhance the work of human resources departments. Human resources departments will do more in relation to the people who work for them, rather than doing certain routine things which are taking a big portion of their time. This will allow us to focus more on the people we work with, which is not happening as much as we would like to see right now. We are testing a new information system. We have put it in a number of ministries in a pilot mode in the telecommunications industry and in 3 regional governments in Kaluga, in Saratov, and in Tula regions. The outcomes have been very positive. The functionality of the system is quite rich. We have seen a few difficulties, but this is not abnormal. This is a new way of doing this work, and we will be able to overcome those difficulties. We continue to work in this direction, and one of the important takeaways that human resources people would have is that doing things electronically, doing things online is a thing of the future. You are familiar with the new forms and formats that have recently been introduced. We are all trying to welcome as much interaction and cooperation with the business community as possible. We have to admit that business organizations are faster, quicker on the uptake. They accommodate new technologies quicker. So needs of business organizations are to a large extent relevant to us. We are looking at the challenges that the business community is facing, and we are trying to see what is relevant for us. Travel documents have been done away with. for the public workers, which has simplified many procedures quite significantly. Another point that I wanted to make is this. We are getting close to launching a system of common forms and formats for civil workers. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the end of my introductory remarks and comments. I have tried to outline the main areas of interest. We would appreciate a good exchange of opinion on the matters that have been identified, on the matters that concern you, that you believe are relevant, because you are the professionals in the domain of public service. In RENAPA, they do a lot of research in this field. Public workers, civil workers, in many organizations are working hard on development of new approaches to this business. Thank you very much, Andrei Viktorovich. This is almost a systemic presentation for our session. You have outlined the main vectors and directions. Now we can split up and go to work. You have given us assignments for the whole year. But I think that now we should do the following, if I may, in terms of our agenda. Let's do this. In the first part of our session, we are going to take presentations. First, I will give the floor to Mr. Pan-Suk Kim, who is the president of Asian Association for Public Administration. Then we're going to take presentation from Asko Tapani Aho, who is the chairman of the board of directors at East Office of Finnish Industries, a person who has been a prime minister of Finland. Then we will have a presentation by Sergei Zuyev, the director of the Institute of Public Sciences at RENAPA. Then we will open a Q&A session. There may be questions from the audience, and then we will have a second part where we also will allocate time for questions. We may not have enough time for everyone. If there's something extremely important, we certainly should address it. You can submit your questions in writing or just raise your hands and you will get a microphone to voice your question. Hope you are okay with this mode of work. Now, let me introduce to you Mr. Pan-Suk Kim, the president of Asian Association of Public Administration. He will make a presentation on models of organization of public administration in different parts of the world. Any way you want to do it, you can do it from your seat, or you can come to the podium. Any way you're comfortable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very pleased to be here. This is my first visit to RENAPA, but RENAPA is a very big organization, so I'm so excited to be here. I'm talking about major issues of civil service reform, so that I will deal with a number of issues, but I will mainly focus on major issues. In this forum, I found interesting subject. A number of countries are facing dynamic societies. As you see here, hyper-VUCA means volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. In other words, the nature of our business becoming complex, diverse, and very much fragmented. And as you see, we're facing daunting challenges, but we have limited capacity. So that there is a gap between challenge and our capacity. so that we can see big problem, which is called capacity deficit. That's why everywhere we are hearing capacity building in terms of individual level, organization level, as well as system level. And also we can see a lot of a problem in terms of a public trust, not only in certain countries, but this is sort of a global phenomenon because of abuse, misuse of power, inadequate public service delivery, malfunctioning government system, scandals, and incompetence of politicians and bureaucrats. But this is a general root. I didn't mean any specific countries here. So, we need civil service reform, as our chairman mentioned. Even Prime Minister yesterday mentioned that civil service reform is major task of Russian government. So we can inject more expertise, openness, transparency, ethics, accountability, and many others. And also our chairman, as well as Mr. Soroko, mentioned that we need to improve competitiveness. So in doing so, perhaps we can improve high competitiveness edge. But in order to do so, we should have strong foundation, strong public sector capacity in terms of legal foundation. You should have civil service law. Fortunately, Russia started to have civil service law in the middle of 90s as well as early 20s. But other countries started quite long ago. In addition to that, Central Personnel Agency should be professionalized. I recommend full functioning sole agency in charge of human resource management as well as human resource development. And also, if an agency deals with so many complicated human resource affairs with one or two departments, it may not be, we call, professionalized. We need professionalized organization because we need more specialization. As you see here, human resource management has many different functions: staffing, compensation, organizational development, career development, and many others. And each of these functions must be specialized. So we need to install meritocracy, and our director, Mr. Soroko, mentioned that we need to have, good selection methods, recruitment methods, good tools for establishing meritocracy, and we must recruit the best of the best. So how can we recruit the best of the best? We should have some incentives, and Mr. Soroko mentioned salary reform. I think every government official should have a decent salary. Yes, I fully agree with you. We need salary reform. And also we have to have performance-based promotion as well as performance-related pay. Of course, you may raise question. Public sector is different from business sector. How to quantify? Of course, it's difficult. But I'm believing that there might be some relevant or doable or feasible approach to measure performance. And also, we need to have behavioral and mindset change. In business sector, knowledge, skill, ability are important. But in public sector, we should have more than simply KSA. Simply speaking, values and attitude in addition to KSA, public value, customer-oriented or citizen-oriented attitude. I think it's important. Mission-driven, mission-oriented, innovation-driven. All these are very important. And also we must emphasize work ethics, strong work ethics. Someone has job, someone should have obligation and must fulfill task on time. And also Mr. Soroko mentioned human resource development reform. Yes, I agree. We should improve the quality of training, quality of education, and in producing creative public officials, responsive public officials, as well as proactive, not reactive, but proactive or preventive or prescriptive government official in the future. Furthermore, bureaucracy is humongous, as you see. I don't know how many numbers of government officials you have in Russia. In every country, there are a substantial number of government officials, and it looks like giant In order to run giant, I think we should have good manager. Top level would be political appointees, but between top level and middle and low level, there is a group called senior civil servants. This is very important. I think many countries now are trying to develop its own civil service system based on senior civil service. So we should pay attention to this group. Look in business side. Perhaps gentlemen from Finland may emphasize business sector practice. In business, senior management team is so important. They pay a lot of attention with a big salary. What about in public sector? We pay less attention to this group of people. Between political appointees and middle and low-level employees, there is a group called senior civil servants. I think they are linking pin, they are nexus between politics and administration. They should be able to manage better programs and deal with public policy implementation, evaluation, etc. So the role of senior civil servant is very critical. They should have a full degree of accountability, managing better programs and promoting low-levels employee in terms of capacity development. Another thing, in human resource management, performance management and competence framework. So I will explain one by one. Performance management is a very popular issue today. Everywhere you go, performance management and performance. So in the beginning, we should have some indicators or standard, and based on that, we should measure performance. But I'm sure you will raise a question, how to measure performance in public sector. But I'm a believer. Any methodology may not be perfect, but I also have proposition. Perhaps we can develop a proxy measures in terms of performance and all these related issues. In the beginning, we say innocence is important. In other words, people comply with rules and regulation. But it is not good enough. Innocence plus high performance. That's what we call excellence. So performance management is becoming very important. In many countries, they develop a framework called performance agreement between manager and the senior level. So we agree and we call performance agreement. Based on this, we can measure performance of senior officials. And in Korea, we have also two different layers. Middle and low level, we have performance appraisal system in terms of performance, competency, and perhaps behavior as well. So based on this, we develop a scale of performance-related pay. So suppose someone has excellent evaluation. He will or she will get 15% of annual salary. 15% of annual salary is not negligible money. It is substantial amount of money. And then this amount of money will be added to base pay next year again. So someone started from same salary, and after a few years, someone has salary increase, someone didn't get anything. A few years later, salary gap would be significant. Of course, in the beginning, we had some struggle, but now it's working well. We didn't hear any serious complaint. That means system is working. Now, competency. Many countries developed competency framework. That's good. That's first step. But having this kind of competence framework, in America, they call leading change. UK, they call strategic thinking, leading people, people management, result-oriented, project management, business mind, financial management, building coalition, communication, marketing. They use different language, but overall implications are quite similar. In Korea, we have competence assessments in 3 dimensions: working dimension, thinking, and relationship. And we emphasize performance orientation, change management, or same as innovation, and problem recognition, strategic thinking, customer or citizen satisfaction, and coordination and integration. So far, this is quite similar in many countries, but the important thing is, based on competency framework, whether or not you apply this tool in reality. Yes, in Korea, we apply these tools to assess competence of a candidate for Director General. As you know, the level of Director General in any central government is quite high level. So we measure candidate for Director General's competency based on role play, group discussion, interview, and investigate exercise for whole day. From 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., whole day we are assessing. Guess what? There is serious percentage here, indicator. Cumulative failure rate is about approximately 20%. That means that 2 out of 10 fails. Someone speaks well, politically, behaving very well, but when we test his or her capacity, someone's analytical capacity, persuading some serious, complicated issue for citizens, they don't meet the criteria. So cumulative average is 2.8 out of 5.0. Someone must have 2.5 or above. So this is the system we are operating. Now let me turn to subject in different direction. Models of public administration. There are 3 different models of public administration today. Traditional public administration based on laws and politics. Obedience, impartiality, all these are emphasized. But you remember, in 1980s we had a financial crisis. So we had no choice but to accept market mechanism into the public sector under the name of new public management, MPM. So MPM prevailed everywhere, competition, satisfaction, etc. To a certain extent, it made some contribution, but it still has a lot of problem too. Pay less attention to public values, etc. So now, new model would be somewhat sociological public administration under the name of governance. So everywhere you go now, people talking about governance, emphasizing accountability, transparency, participation, and many other important values. So we are moving from legal to economic and sociological public administration, but I didn't mean replacing one another. Maybe this is a sort of a building block. Based on traditional public administration, we build up economic model of public administration, then we build up somewhat sociological model. And furthermore, public administration should be adaptive. My good friend in UK utilized 3 interesting terminology: dodo, phoenix, and chameleon. Dodo is a big bird, lived in Madagascar in Africa until 16th century. This bird is too big, couldn't fly, and now disappeared, extinct. So, in old days, dinosaurs is so big, so humongous, but disappeared. And phoenix is a long-lived bird, but it is not real. But chameleon, this is a very interesting creature, lizard, and it has the ability to change the colors, depending upon situation, environment, constantly changing the colors, which is very adaptive. And as you know, Charles Darwin emphasized the survival of the fittest. Who's the surviving? Fittest. Not strongest one, not biggest one, but fittest survived. Another thing is governance. When we discuss governance, there might be many issues, but I like to emphasize 3 most important things here: accountability, transparency, and participation. But we using same language, but understanding and interpretations are different. Your understanding and somebody else's understanding might be different because the concept is not fixed. Concept is changing and concept is evolving. Accountability. Basic accountability interpretation would be compliance with rules and regulations, but that's not all. Answerability, obligation, responsibility. And now, accountability means performance-based accountability. Someone must demonstrate high performance. And transparency. This is an interesting phenomenon. When we go to traditional restaurant, kitchen is closed. We don't know how they are cooking. But now we are moving to downtown, any big city. Open kitchen is becoming new trend. We can see how they cook, how clean the kitchen is. Something like that. Public service should be transparent. Citizens should be able to watch how public workers are doing. So we must improve the degree of transparency. No question about it. And participation. In old days, civil servants are well educated, so they can monopolize, but now citizens' education is increased, substantially information overload. So we must give some space for citizens, open up more space for citizens. In the beginning, we inform, developing some websites, but over the years, we must open up more consultation, more involvement. So in decision-making process, we should open more space for citizens' engagement and participation. So we should have more trajectories of public sector reform. Public sector reform is endless, open-ended journey, and in terms of a foundation, yes, Mr. Soroko is right. Civil service reform is a very fundamental task force. After that, we can talk about decentralization, corporatization. Look, China. They're trying to corporatize, privatize many companies by 2025. As you heard of the first day of the beginning of this forum, Chinese government announced a big, ambitious plan as well. Also financial reform, deregulation. We have many regulations. Sometimes we have to cut red tape and go back to the basic. What's the mission? Mission is to serve the business and people. But we have so many regulations. Sometimes we have to cut red tape, go back to the basic. And also, Mr. Soroko is right. We should utilize ICT application for electronic government and mobile government. But even public sector has limited resources. Maybe we can work with business sector as well in terms of public-private partnership. So we should have paradigm shift. I know many government officials are good in terms of a procedure writing. They're excellent. But I think this procedure writer is a good practice, but now in the future, government officials should be more good communicator. Government needs marketing, more communications. Also, government is more or less hierarchy-based, but now we have to pay attention to citizen demand. Citizens are critical. And also we should think about financial dimension as well. Russian economy, American economy, all big countries are facing serious financial challenges. So we must have a financial understanding as well. And also looking for broader society, and also we should be more globalist, internationalist, rather than a nationalist. In front of us, we are facing a great degree of challenges. Number one is fiscal sanity, fiscal soundness. No exception. Every country, even including Germany, every country facing serious fiscal issue. And also we have a crisis of competence, information overload. Even now, your phone is ringing, text message coming, too much information. And government is now, there is no boundary. No boundary. E-government is just beginning. I don't know how far we can go in the future. And also we emphasizing green leadership, ethical leadership in China. President Xi Jinping is also exercising ethical leadership. And I like the last one. Expect surprise and catastrophic non-routines such as pandemic Ebola. Someone says that we may have much more serious pandemic, more serious than Ebola. Ebola is serious, but it does not end. Another thing is coming in the future. So we must prepare for surprise and catastrophic non-routine. Therefore, public administration should be preventive and prescriptive administration in the future. So this is my last slide. I'm glad, limited time, I just rush into this last moment. I think public sector reform is endless, open-ended. And every country, even less developed countries, they have some wonderful analysis, identify opportunity, develop reform program, etc. I traveled many developed countries. They have wonderful, reports. But you know what's the problem? They put this report in the bookshelf. Then, yes, we have report. I think this is not a good situation. Developing strategy and analysis is one thing, but we must execute. Implementation is the key. You don't like the term NATO, but I don't mean NATO in traditional meaning. NATO in old days means no action, talk only. But I think this concept should be changed. Now action, talk over. I think we should move and carry out further innovation. So execution is important. When strategy and execution meet together, we can have success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Pansukим, thank you very much. Sorry, мы на русском языке, извините.
Sorry, we use Russian. I was listening. Thank you very much for interesting presentation. Just we as agreed, Mr. Eskaha, your presentation, please. And Sergey Eduardovich will be the next one.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this session. I'm not going to use any slides. I'm telling you stories, sharing my experiences, because I have seen both public sector life and private sector life. And quite often the first question is, what is different? And it's rather easy to say and to answer the question, what is different? Language. I don't mean Finnish language or Russian language, but I mean professional language, especially in companies which are technically very developed global companies. Language is so difficult to be understood that it takes time to learn that. Secondly, clock speed. In the business environment, decisions have to be made rapidly, or otherwise you are kicked out of the market. In the public sector, we are spending a lot of time, we are considering, planning, evaluating, and trying to get consensus in order to get things to be done in a proper way. And finally, leadership. It's easy to create teams in the public sector, teams which are committed to act according to the same principles, values, and same programs. In the public sector, quite often teams are given. You have to be able to work with the team you have got and to get commitment there. These are the differences. Maybe fourth one as well, incentive. In the private sector, you can use incentives to get things to be improved. But in the public sector, because of the requirement of equality, it's rather difficult to use incentives in an efficient way. But what is common? What is common? It's all about people. It's all about people. Everything you do is able to be done only by getting people committed to make reforms and to get things to be done in a different way. That is first lesson. Second lesson, how many of you were watching World Cup, football World Cup last summer? Any of few of you? Do you remember, everybody was watching, do you remember the game between Germany and Ghana? In my opinion, that was the most decisive game because Germany should win that easily. That was the expectation. First half, 0-0, like it often happens with German team. In the beginning of the second part, Germany took the lead, and everyone was thinking, game is over. But it was not. Ghana made one goal and second goal, and Ghana was very close to make a third one. And finally, after 69 minutes, the coach of the German team decided, now I have to make a change. And first he took Schweinsteiger in, but maybe 1 minute later, or less than 1 minute later, he took the oldest player he had. Do you remember his name? German player, who was, okay, let's move on. He was coming in. And less than 1 minute later, this player was touching the ball, and it was goal. And that was equalizer. That meant that Germany was able to go on and finally became world champion. Why this oldest player in the age of 36 was decisive player? He was not the fastest one? No. Not technically the best one? No. But the reason why he was doing the decisive goal was that he was exactly in the right time, in the right place. He was not where other players were in the corner situation, but he was alone and he was able to do the goal easy. What is the message of that? If you want to make a change, you don't have to be where others are, where the ball is, but you have to be there where the ball is going to be. And where is the ball going to run now in the world? It's going to run to two directions. For the first, technology is going to be everywhere, especially digital technology. Internet, big data, sensor technologies, mobile technologies, mobile solutions. They are changing the world completely within our lifetime. Not in the future, but change has already started. But we are still in the early phase of that change. So technology has had an impact, but it's the early phase of that impact. That is very important to be understood in the public sector as well. Public sector is going to have major impact as well. And the impact is going to be dramatic. It's something like what happened in developed countries when we moved from agrarian societies into industrial ones. We have estimated in Finland that we are going to lose within next 20 years roughly 35% of all jobs. They will disappear. 1/3 of jobs will disappear within 20 years. And the speed is roughly the same as it was when Finland was industrialized. The question is how the public sector is able to adjust into that change. I'll take third story. It's story of Finnish taxation system. I know the Russian system roughly, but not very in a detailed way. But in many countries, taxation is very complicated, and it was very complicated in Finland. Every single citizen and company had to spend a lot of time to get taxation to be done. It was a great effort, complicated effort, and bureaucratic effort. Roughly year 2000, the Finnish tax authority decided we have to change this. And we have to get more efficient system to be created. And then they set a target. First, we are going to take in a maximum way into the use information technology. Everything what is available will be integrated into our system. Secondly, taxpayers are our customers. Taxpayers, both individuals, households, and companies are our customers. Sounds simple, but it's not. It was fundamental change in the mindset of the tax authority. They were serving people to get taxation to be done rapidly, smoothly, without problems. Thirdly, we are going to change all the processes. We are going to change the processes in a way that we can maximize the use of technology. And it was only a dream 10 years ago what has happened. Today, 75% of Finnish households are taxed without any effort done. Not even signature is needed. Not even signature is needed. And efficiency has increased substantially. Number of people working for tax authority has reduced by 25-30%. Costs of taxation have went down. And consumers or customers are very happy. People are very, very happy with the service they are able to get. The question is, why this is not happening in other sectors? Why in the healthcare sector you have these traditional, rather slow processes, complicated, expensive processes? Why it is not happening in education? Why it is not happening in the many other governmental sectors? It's a good question. There is no reasonable answer, because technology is there. The question is, we have not been able to create right kind of ecosystem for that. We have not been playing where the ball is going to be, but we are playing where the ball is. And you cannot get goals in that way. Finally, I would like to encourage you to concentrate into one special area, because I think you cannot do this kind of change without having good collaboration between public and private, business and government. That is the future trend. Business and government have to be able to integrate their efforts in a more efficient way. What we need is public procurement policy, good public procurement policy, common standards, common regulatory environment, and so on. A lot of these kind of architectural efforts. When you are starting to construct a house, what are you doing? Are you collecting all the materials on the site and then starting to think how to do and how to create a house? No. You first hire an architect. And when changing these systems, architecture is very critical. And that is the responsibility, mainly the responsibility of the public sector and government, to create right kind of architecture for that. Secondly, you have to learn to use in a maximum way private sector talent, skills and resources. That is second important objective. And third one, and the final one, is that we need multidisciplinary talents. In the future, technology cannot be applied if you don't have capacity to understand both technological elements, but also these environmental requirements. Good example of problems is in the healthcare sector. Why information technology tools have not been applied efficiently in the healthcare? The reason is that best physicians are not able to create information technology tools for the sector. But information technology specialists cannot do that because they don't understand the complicated requirements of the healthcare sector. You need understanding of these both in order to integrate these two together. That's why multidisciplinarity is the key for the future. And that's why also it's very important that public sector people do have access, at least access to understand what's going on in the private sector. And even better if there is mobility between these sectors, mobility between private and public, mobility between government, academic institutions and business community. Because that is the way how you can learn fastest. But then fundamental is also the role of universities and educational entities. They have to be able to integrate curriculums in a way that that type of multidisciplinary talent is available. I will conclude by a short story of my own life. I was scout in the age of 10, 12 years. And we had a competition and we had to send, part of the competition was that we have to send a letter to a person who has left our local community and went abroad. And we identified that there is a guy who left for Australia. And I signed a letter for him, and maybe a month later, I got a letter from, or message from Australia. And it was a very simple one, 15 pictures of Australia. And the last page, in the set of pages, the last one was empty for comments. And there was only one single comment for rural young boys in the age of 10 in the middle of 1960s. I remember still word to word what he said. He said, "Learn English, boys. That pays back." And can you imagine, in the 1960s, the message that you have to learn and command English, as a foreign language, in the countryside, in a small rural village, that was not very realistic expectation. But if you ask today, that was the best message we were able to get. Unfortunately, we didn't follow that carefully. But anyway, that was a message I still remember. And today's message is, in the future, when these 35% of jobs have lost and disappeared, what is needed? There are other jobs coming, but they are based on multidisciplinary talents and skills. And the access to those skills and talents are not only for those who are at universities and education centers, but they are open for all. I learned that lesson in the age of 54, and I'm still on the way towards build multidisciplinary understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое. Спасибо большое, господин Аха. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I should be thankful to the chairman for inviting me to speak at this session. Is my microphone on? It's on. Okay, I guess you can hear me now. I guess I have to get closer to the microphone. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I did not plan to say anything radically new at this session. I am here to give you some thoughts that I have got. This is a set of preliminary results that we have put together in the Academy. They have to do with public administration, public service. Based on our research, we were planning to put together a set of requirements for training of public servants, public administrators. There's a very simple question, almost for child level. What has to be at the basis of training of public workers at different levels? And what kind of changes are necessary compared to the past? I have a few simple ideas that I will try to substantiate with some of our findings. Number one, for those public workers who have medium level positions in public administration, they have to be trained based on sets of competences. We are pretty familiar with existing human resources training programs. each professional should have a set of skills that would make him or her fit for certain jobs. In the current situation, this is not sufficient. The environment is changing very quickly, or we see additional factors coming in, and this makes a traditional training and education system insufficient. It's not just certain skill sets, it's sets of competences that people should have to be able to act in a situation of uncertainty. When we're talking about mid-level public workers or high-level public workers, they perform functions of ship captains or first officers. A first officer performs functions very similar to those of a captain, but there's one quality that a captain needs, and that is something that sets a captain apart from the first officer or second officer. The captain is the only person on board who has the authority to act in extraordinary situations. When there is a situation which is not described in manuals or instructions, although certainly we should try to make instructions as comprehensive as possible, but in an unusual situation, a ship captain is the only person who has the authority to act. And that's what sets him apart, and that's how knowledge is different from competency. I could spend a long time talking about educational aspects of this, what one has to do in this thing and the other, but this is the main principal difference, which is important. When we're talking about groups like human resources reserves of high level, something that has been mentioned earlier, we're talking about training of ship captains. They certainly have the knowledge of navigation and the mechanics of a ship, but they have to have something on top of that. This is extremely important in the system of public administration, because the decisions which are made in this domain are relevant for long periods of time and for large groups of people. This is what matters. This is the baseline that has to be there. This has to be something in the foundation of all training programs for public workers. Now, another consideration which also is important. Back to the first one. We have to put professionals to a task of identifying the needs which should be relevant in training as civil workers. They have to be ready to make decisions in contingency situations. I intentionally do not talk about mass training programs for big groups of people, for new public servants. Now, the second point, it's also quite important. At this forum, I have been in a number of panels, most of which dealt with economics, and they are very relevant to our today's discussion. The microphone is off. Most competitive systems have different types and models of economy. They are most resilient in the time of crisis. They are usually systems with higher level of mobility. Well, in a number of sessions, we had discussions of the situation in Southeast Asia, in China. Liberalization of China's economy had to do with use of many economic models. That makes the system more sustainable. How is this relevant to our discussion? We often speak about general things in the context of public service, as if public service was the same everywhere. This is not true. Modern governments deal with very many different tasks. It's an interesting thing. When we try to use common patterns or models, we have to be very careful. What kind of tasks are we facing today? Modern states are based on a classic model. There's bureaucrats who follow instructions, who follow the rules. They introduce new rules and standards in different domains. That's what we see. There's meritocracy. That's another approach. The more effective you are, the better rewarded you are. The higher are your chances of being elected to a higher position. It works. It certainly works. There are areas where this classic structure is extremely important and relevant. This ideal model of a state should continue to work, and it should be further enhanced. We don't have a perfect model of public administration. But look at the reality of our life. Things that we have seen around us. Olympic Games or preparation for the World Cup. Preparation for a summit of Asian Pacific Cooperation Organization. There are things that have been successfully done, and we see various methods of administration and management. We're looking at transfer of business technologies to the domain of public administration. We see market-oriented services. The issue of efficiency is becoming more and more relevant. Execution in due time becomes a priority. These are things that require different sets of competences, different skill sets. Public administrators have to have the qualities of business people. We see that many public organizations are recruiting people from the business community, people who have skills in private business, because those people use different principles in their work. Their skills are different from the skills of public bureaucrats. Things like salaries. Business people get an entirely different level of remuneration. There are other constraints out there as well, which do not allow us to go in that direction entirely and completely. We are trying to use modern technologies more and more, and those technologies are used in the public administration, in self-governed territories. All members of the community can participate in taking decisions. Now the technology is there to support this. In the past, this was not possible because of lack of technology, but now direct democracy becomes a reality, and it becomes possible to a greater extent. We can get feedback from the community. We can get people's inputs regarding their priorities. We can get better interaction. We can better resolve conflicts. Oftentimes, well, this is what I'm trying to relate to you. There are other things out there as well, but at least these are the three things which we have lived with for a very long time, and this is not country-specific. Classic bureaucracy, project management, direct democracy have been around for a long, long time. In different historic periods, different administration models have been given priority. We still are dependent on the legacy of the 19th century, and we are trying to use the models of the 19th century, but the reality is such that we have a strong need for multimodality. In public administration, there are areas which require various skill sets and competences. Fortunately, such skill sets can be had by one individual, but oftentimes, for natural reasons, people tend to specialize in certain ways of doing their work. So it's important to identify different types of tasks, and it's important to put proper people on those tasks. I'm talking about big things, giving you a general picture, but it's very important to identify the big tasks. We need to do that to be competitive as a state. That should make us more successful. Public administration systems should be multimodal in nature, like transportation nodes. We cannot assign qualities of a commute train to an aircraft. Each type, each mode of transport has its own specific qualities, but when we have multi-mode transportation hubs, we can use the benefits of all types, of all modes of transport. Sergey, I'm sorry, I'm doing a poor moderator's job. I have not been watching the time. We are lagging behind schedule. Well, essentially, I have relayed most of the important messages I had in mind already. I always enjoy listening to you. Fortunately, I have more opportunities to listen to your presentations than many other people in this audience. But the time is up. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Asko Aho had to excuse himself. He has to make a presentation at a different session now, so you cannot ask him questions. However, we remember his presentation, his reference to the World Cup, to that famous goal scored by the German team in one of the decisive games. Now the floor is open for questions to the presenters in the first part of our session. Please wait till we get a microphone. I have a question for Andrei Viktorovich. Mr. Sirocco, would you please clarify something for us? We are here to talk about the vector of development of public administration. How specifically do you define public administration? It's a good question. I thought that in my introductory remarks I have given you an idea of my understanding of public administration. Well, that was not an exact definition. I think we should have another discussion on that. We can set up something with Andrei Viktorovich. You said you had a second question. Yes. I don't speak English, so I have a question for our Korean colleague. Here it comes. Our Korean colleague has made a presentation in English. He spoke about public administration models. In English, there is no synonym to the Russian word administrator or manager. So my question is, in your country, do you use translated English textbooks, or do you write your own textbooks for your schools and universities? Thank you for your question. I think they publish textbooks in different languages. Mr. Pansok Kim, do you have an answer for this question? Do you have in genuine Korean textbooks, or you have translated books from English?
In old days, 1950s, 60s, we translated some English book to Korean, so we used Korean. When I was college student, I used the Korean textbook. Now, many people studying overseas, they are highly, capable to write their own, textbook in English, Japanese, and other languages. So we have no problem in dealing with not only Korean but also English and other languages as well. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, но видите, вы намного раньше начали книги писать.
Well, I see you started writing textbooks in Korean language earlier. So we hope that we would have many good textbooks in Russian. The floor is still open for questions. I have a question for Mr. Soroka and for Mr. Bosnak of the Ministry of Labor. My question is, we in this country need quick and serious changes in the system of public administration. The situation makes us introduce such changes. I'm talking about economic, environment, and other aspects. We need quick changes in public administration so that we would have better control of the situation. I know that public workers have been working in that direction for quite a long time, and we're looking forward to such changes. Do you think we are going to have a single center for public administration management this is becoming a very relevant need for our country now. Thank you for your question. To follow up on this, I have a question which is similar to what my colleague said. I have a question for Mr. Kim. You said that there is a single center for public administration, and it's a very common solution at a systemic level. Are you familiar with cases when public administration reform was successful without a single center which controls it? Thank you for your questions. As of radical, strong measures, I think that is an overstatement. With regard to the federal program, it has recently been posted at our website. It still has to be enhanced and coordinated with different levels of the government, and only then this document would be reviewed formally by the government. In the current situation, you probably know that work on an implementation of Decree 601 takes place within the roadmap that has been endorsed in 2012 by the government. This is work that is done by many government organizations. That is the short answer to your question. As of the single body and international experience in this domain, well, we have a head of state who determines the system of state governance. If the decision is made to create such a body, then it will be created. As of my personal opinion, I think we can use different forms of governance. It's important to have proper content, though. We have identified a number of directions and approaches, and they can be used by the existing system as well. Thank you. Thank you, Andrei. Very fair statement. The content, the meaning is really of paramount importance. There was a question for Mr. Pansuk Kim about successful models that could be implemented when there is no single center for public administration. Please, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very critical question. I think you understand some implication of this question. As you see this program, we have a delegate from Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We have a delegate from Presidential Civil Service and Personnel Directorate. And also we have a delegate from Government Department of Public Administration Personnel. So we have three different delegates representing here. So under this kind of diverse situation, to carry out the single important critical innovation measure, it could be quite difficult, honestly speaking. So under this kind of circumstance, there should be a strong coordinator. If you have strong coordinator under the leadership of President or Prime Minister, you can move well. But if this situation is not, functioning as you expect, then you can think about some possible organizational restructuring in the future. Look, in China, currently they have Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security. However, I must say that in the past, they have Ministry of Labor too. And they have different ministries. They combine together under the name of Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security. In Korea, in old days, we didn't have Ministry of Personnel Management, but we thought civil service reform is a very fundamental foundational matter, and we created the Ministry of Personnel Management. And we pushed quite broad range of civil service reform under the leadership of the president. So I think this is an important issue. I cannot say this may work in Russian context, but you can see this is sort of a useful reference for your consideration. Thank you for your excellent question.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The last question. Yes, please. Thank you very much. The woman's voice is very important. I'm Tatiana Larionova, the professor of this academy and deputy chief editor of the magazine Public Service. I have invitation and question. Please, all members of this audience participate in this magazine as the writers of the articles or active readers, but the question relates to the current situation. That question goes to both chief speakers, keynote speakers. Many public servants, I'm talking about this as the expert, and I participate in different commissions of the public administration system, such as the carrying out the assessment and public tender. The people are concerned with the cutbacks. We talk about human resources issues, so there is information that the Central Ministry of Internal Affairs staff was informed about the cutbacks. Is the administration of President ready, or the public bodies are ready? So I'd like to address it to the keynote speakers. Are they ready for such stress tests? As you see the development of the situation, how the crisis impact the human resources. Thank you. Andrei Viktorovich, maybe you can say something. Yes, the colleagues sent a note with a question related to this problem. You know, I can tell you just one thing. You cannot perceive the situation very critically, right? If there is cutbacks, reducing the amount, the number of the employees in some public body, there are reasons behind this, important reasons. Of course, the problem of the human capital comes up, and the question also about where should a person go next. So among the speakers, the colleagues from abroad, it was noted that the question of improving of the collaboration between public sector and business sector, this question becomes very relevant and is included into the current agenda. So the question of demand for the public servants, I know directly that it's there, and there's interest from business, interest to such people who know how the public service is designed, what is the content of the work of the federal executive bodies from the standpoint of practical collaboration in the area of realization of the common objectives. That's why I will honestly tell you I have nothing to add about this question, and if you agree with such opinion, then thank you. There was a question about number of the public servants. You know, every quarter we publish the reports of the Russian Statistics Committee that give elaborate information. You can learn this information. Also, there is information about the current vacant positions in the public service. So it's in a way advertising of one of the public bodies. As for the question about the costs of maintaining of the public servants, it's a very vague question, honestly. It has to do with the fact that what's underlying question, such as payroll or the costs for maintaining federal activity of the public bodies. Once again, there's response to this question. There is a Russian Federation budget. You can look at this budget and you can learn about the numbers. Thank you very much. Please read the original resources. Dear colleagues, we practically moved judging by the last questions, we go for the next segment of our sessions. And let me give the floor to Anton Yurievich Fedorov, the head of the Department of Russian Federation responsible for public servants and human resources. So Anton Yurievich will set the tone of our next session. And please remember that we're out of time scale. I will be extremely brief because I don't want to talk much about the content. I rather came to listen. However, I'd like to say that I'm extremely glad to see all of you here and welcome you and say thank you. Thank you, Academy, who spent extraordinary labor efforts to conduct this event yesterday and the half of today. Yesterday I saw remotely. Today I was present here, so I'm very glad to see that it's quite success, this event. The classic writer said amazing statement. He made statement: the human resources decide everything. Hardly anyone don't know it, including our foreign colleagues. So the human resources is the prerequisite for success of any project of the state program. And now even about the question that were pronounced in this hall, this statement becomes more clear and acceptable for the layman, for the regular user, members of the society, because they watch the state problem. As for the crisis, we are too far from the crisis in this sense, but we can forecast that it will improve only if we actively participate and put efforts. This is not just a need for people, but need for people who have specific or peculiar qualities, who are capable of working in anticipated modes. They can look ahead, and they should have attitude towards this work as creators. Of course, qualification, the knowledge, the special knowledge, and the fundamental knowledge that these people are supposed to possess. And of course, what is usually is called internal motivation. In this sense, extremely important is the question of creation of the culture of the public service and public governance. And the public governance should be appreciated as the well-grown and well-created. We're only at the beginning. To this, there's also relates to the question about special state bodies. It's not about the state body, but the question is about the content, but these are components. Why there's need for culture of the public service? Especially important today is, and it's becoming determinant today, is the morale and directions of a person whom we want to call, or who wants to be called as the public servant. In my view, the set of those parameters and their compliance with the morale of the society is exactly what allows to be included into the public servants community, or not to be included. Small example. I think in this audience there are people don't need to be taught about corruption as the economical happening. It's the moral thing. That's why exactly these things should be considered first of all as the fundamental things and the basic things. Of course, today is very important to discuss, and I've come not at the beginning of discussion, but I clearly understood that this question is of interest to many people present in this audience. Of course, the outlook for development of the public servant as the institute and as the key component that will play its role, increasing of efficiency and performance, of which it was spoken, such as advanced human resources technologies and training and retraining of these very human resources, improvement of qualification level, creation of the incentive mechanism that would allow the state not to spend, not to be diverted from the objective as the ongoing development of the public servants community. We also understand this. Formation of all sorts of human resources reserves. That is the regular process now I hardly can imagine that a system would be capable of working without this information of the managers' teams that becomes quite critical now and daily fact in our life within the state. Probably hereby I'd like to say thank you. I know that Academy will be publishing the results of this forum, but I have special request for both us and government. Would be extremely important to receive special extract information, and it should be rather deep, if it's possible, of course. Thank you very much. So I give the floor back to you. Thank you, Anton Yurievich. As usual, we give very elaborate description, and this event certainly will not be exclusion. So you'll be able to see the materials that we'll be able to discuss, or maybe not be able to discuss, but something you will have. And thank you for kind words, and so rather philosophical reference to people in the public administration, in public service. So we slowly come to one of the most important topics, such as reserve of human resources. And with your permission, I'd like to ask Andrei Timurovich Vahidov, Deputy Head of the Administration of President, responsible for human resources. Please tell us about your expert opinion, or maybe it can be official point of view if Dmitry Anatolievich, thank you. The role of human resources in the public administration, we spoke about this. There's no any doubt that the role is high, and the quality of human resources is determinant to the quality of public service in all times. In all times, the leaders were doing something in the area of the recruitment of human resources. They have different schemes, sometimes formalized, sometimes not. However, starting from 2008, according to the presidential decree, in Russia we implemented and deployed a system of the managerial human resources. Please note that the country was under the pressure of the global crisis. In order to coordinate this work, a special commission under President auspices was created that still is functional now. It works together with the Public Servant Committee, and within last years we created the reserve on managerial human resources for level municipal, provincial, district, federal districts and the federal, and the top of the pyramid is the presidential reserve. Since the topic says what we got, the top level of reserve for the managerial human resources, just few words, especially since the time when the work of formation of the presidential reserve is over. This time we have second wave of formation of servants' human resources. So there's something to talk about and something to compare with. At first, selection to a presidential reserve was based on the recommendation of 172 experts. The principle of best electing the best, it was approved by the President of Russian Federation. It included the representatives of the state administration, public non-government organizations, and the political parties. If you remember, it was discussed in printed media. The name was President's 100, President's 1,000. The President 1,000 included pretty much all people suggested by experts, according to the formal attributes, and those who were experts, who was mentioned several times, they became members of the President's 100. It was not enough, perhaps, to create a reserve. It was necessary to determine whether it's possible to professionally cultivate such reserves. So the program was enacted, mentioned by Andrei Viktorovich, as training of the federal managers till 2015. As for the top-level reserve, such as President's Reserve people. The special program was developed by our President's Academy, and these unique programs were used as curriculum for members of reserve, many members of reserve, everyone who underwent this training. They have very positive feedback. This program uses foreign modules of training. We hope that similar program will continue its existence. It will be functional and ongoing. But for us, as you understand, if the reserve is created, then people are waiting appointments in the form that reserve was created for the first time for president. Its realization seems to be like this. The list is published, and the interested leaders from this list select, since people are members of presidential reserve, so it's certain quality mark. So maybe you can trust the best experts who did selection for the presidential reserve. So people believed that it will work out, such as the usage of the list. There were some interviews, different processes. There were doubts whether appointment happens or not. Maybe we needed some administrative leverage. But if you look at the last period, of course, there was rotation. You cannot say exactly, but the 100 was pretty much true 100, and the 1,000 was between list of 500 or 600. So out of 100, the 100 people during the existence of this program in the last year, when was created and published new presidential reserve, out of 100, 85 people were appointed. It's quite decent indicator. As for presidents, 1,000, about 400 received new appointments. And it's not just a mass, the array, it's also the quality. In particular, out of the reserve people, some were appointed as the deputy prime minister, 5 federal ministers, 25 were the leaders of the subjects of Russian Federation during length of time. 3 reserve people became deputy heads of the staff of president. Some became deputy leaders of the federal bodies, leaders. More than 20 such people became representatives of the elected members of the corporations where the state has controlling stake. The organization of reserve that was created for the first time, it took place. But it is quite obvious. What was required is certain work related to the increase of efficiency of realization of the President's Reserve. In that sense, according to the Reserve of Managerial Human Resources and the Head of Administration of President, it was developed within administration, and the Head of Administration approved it. It's about how public administrators were elected. So we offered new order, new sequence based on the previous experience for selection into the presidential reserve. The expert council was created, and this document of which I speak established the requirements for the members of presidential reserve and the mechanism of selection, such as the development and renewal of the list of the members. It was determined that individuals who included should be between 35 and 50 years old and experience of public administration at least 5 years. So total number of presidential reserve was included 150. The candidates for the new president's reserve was offered by the public officials and members of the president's administration, heads of the subjects of the Russian Federation. Total number of suggested people, or more than 500 people, at the early stage. All of them were tested in terms of the compliance with the formal requirements, but the key and new element of selection for the presidential reserve was personality and professional aptitude. This diagnostic allowed for the expert level to see whether these candidates can fill the vacancy. The analysis considered biography, individual interview, motivation, essay, assessment based on the computer simulation software, personal testing, and solution of professional test, analysis of the video materials. Rather broad list of methods was used. The procedure was quite lengthy. So the formation and selection into the President's Reserve, the new set, of course, it did consume some time. The result of testing allowed to assess managerial and leadership potential of every candidate, to build individual managerial profile and competency profile, and readiness for filling the vacancy. As a result of diagnostics, every candidate received final rating. One should say that initially, when the candidates into reserve were offered to undergo diagnostics, many were quite skeptical. However, despite of the fact that diagnostics was done in Moscow and the candidates were offered from all over Russia, so they arrived to the academy and underwent diagnostics. An absolutely different picture was later on, when people were ready to come from anywhere to have feedback. That is, everyone who underwent diagnostics felt that it provides certain knowledge about themselves, and even knowledge of something they didn't even know about. And the final feedback was something that many people wanted to participate. I should say that the result of diagnostics happened to be rather high, even maybe, and this is quite normal, because the selection is for the Presidential Reserve, and those who offered candidates, they perhaps suggested the best. And this expert assessment showed that really the result of diagnostics is very high. However, since it's required for us to select 150 people, then the expert council decided to select those, even among this big group, who had very average level that was very high in terms of the grades. From this group, we selected Presidential Reserve members, only those who had the rating above the average, which means the top, the highest results. As you know, the decision was made, the list was presented to the President of Russian Federation, he approved it, and the list was placed on the website of the President. We retained the succession, we published the first time, published it for the second time, and here we decided to go further, and after the President's approval, he made an order for the government, according to which, while preparing decisions in terms of appointment of the officials, the government had to provide efficient realization of the reserve potential. Since, once again, I'll emphasize that the key for us this time was diagnostics, and now people included into reserve, considering the results that were obtained during diagnostics, they will be offered the program of professional development, individual, maybe not just for every single one, but at least some group items based on their results. Some have some weak points, so these people will be assisted, such as they will be pushed up a little bit during professional development. We, together with Academy, conducted this work, and it seems to us that we enriched mutually. In this hall, we have people not enriched, I mean, please understand me correctly, they enriched and we enriched in the mindset sense. So we learned many interesting things. So it happens that you can work with the recruitment and headhunting. An academy received quite interesting knowledge, because together we solved some issues, how to create the groups from the standpoint of participation in testing, which means that, and quite interesting is that even now, I don't know whether it's going to happen. Maybe not be subject of discussion. I know that people who underwent testing, they come to academy and they ask to implement something similar in the organizations that they employed with. So similar methodology has right for existence and deserves certain development into the future. So we believe that this reserve that was formed in such a way will be quite efficiently realized. Thank you, Dmitry Anatolievich. Thank you very much, Andrei Timurovich. But taking advantage of being the moderator, I will violate the procedure. I'll try to ask the question to Andrei Viktorovich and Anton Yurievich and Andrei Timurovich. Meaning that if you wish to answer, please answer. Really, a lot of big work was done related to the selection, assessment, all sorts of procedures, verification about the aptitude of people who were included into the candidates list, even more so the final list of reserve. In the light of those conversations and discussions that we conduct in the recent times about desperancy of the reserve, there's a Federal Reserve, there's reserve of the federal executive bodies, the subjects of the Russian Federation, municipalities, and perhaps it is necessary to have some centralization, of which Andrei Viktorovich Soroka told us at first. Maybe this work, this technology of the administration developed in order to form the reserve, for instance, for the executive state bodies and the governments of the federation subjects, maybe they had some recommended standards. Andrei Timurovich, will you tell us? It's addressed to all leaders and curators. You as a speaker, maybe Anton Yurievich or Andrei Viktorovich will add. It was a good question, so I have to provide additional advertisement. It seems to be not too much. We are used to work together. I always try to say that we forget about the titles, but we need to listen to the expert's opinion. Really, from our standpoint, I don't know whether Anton Yurievich agree with me or not. We are quite happy with the joint work that was done, and the result, in our view, is exactly that was supposed to be created. I will invade the situation. The result that was supposed to be happened. It will happen after a year. Do you believe this? Because the key canon of this process is quite interesting, deep. I saw so many amazing people. Even this audience, I see some of our members of reserve. I wouldn't have any other reason to be here but the opportunity of this conference. So some people will have higher position in terms of public management. So some people believe we need to discuss it. I'm talking about something else, of course. Let's look at the Constitution. We cannot recommend our leaders and become members of the public administrators community. The plurality is the key principle. Every official selects people the way he likes it. The recommendation of the president, but as for the interest that you were talking about, for instance, I heard governors who spoke much about how it can be done, how it was done. But in any case, the method, in my opinion, worked out well. So how will it be consumed by the leaders? If they want to adopt it, it's the question, how will you sell the product that came out?
Рекомендовать это и вот к глаголу продавать, да, вот и прошу.
One has to present it right, market it right, but it's really not my job. Thank you so much, Anton. I tried to provoke you, but failed. Anyway, this sounded like the promotion of the job that the Academy did. You made a very proper statement. The results would become evident in 1 year to 18 months. We won't have anything until the time when public authorities begin to hire new people from this pool of trained professionals, people with good knowledge, with high level of competency, with a high level of readiness for high public positions. Now I would like to pass the floor to Dmitry Valerievich Basnak, who works for the Ministry of Labor and Social Development. He is a director of state policy for a government fight against corruption. Thank you very much. Thank you for an opportunity to make this presentation. Could somebody please raise the microphones? Many people said today that good professionals are a key to successful public administration. Any job can be done well or poorly. In this context, the big task for us in the domain of public administration is to retain and develop talents that we need to perform public administration functions. The reform of public administration and public service has been launched a long time ago. We need to pay attention to a few specific things. Law on public service states the development of public service goes through implementation of federal programs. We have seen two such federal programs. Since then, we have a number of regulatory documents. This legal base was quite new. Many ideas were implemented successfully. We now understand that those new ideas need further improvement. Modernization of public administration service is not an easy job. We have three big directions in which we act. We need to make some enhancements to Federal Law 79 with regard to selection of candidates for public jobs. We need a better system of personnel evaluation. The second big area is methodology. Legislation per se cannot answer all questions related to effective administration. There should be specific technologies, specific methods which should be promoted with the help of appropriate educational materials. In the last 2 years, we did the following. We worked on enhancement of laws, and we worked on enhancement of textbooks, manuals, instructions for human resources organizations. The third big direction of work is training of public administrators. The effectiveness of the training system determines the effectiveness of public administration. Today, human resources role is underestimated in many public organizations. This has to change. This is a multifaceted problem. We need to think what kind of system we should have, whether we should have it centralized or decentralized. In recent years, we see that there's greater centralization in human resources management. The Labor Ministry does quite a lot. We now have a portal where we publish information about all vacancies. This is an interesting development. There are several centralized databases. We understand that we need to have a good balance. Such balance should not have any negative consequences. We should create a system that should be well managed. There are different experiences in different regions. Some areas have been very successful in enhancement of their public administration. We have developed a set of proposals for a new federal program, and here are 8 directions on which we should focus. Let me quickly go through them. 1. Implementation of new principles of organization of public service. Before we hire people, we need to decide what kind of structure we should have in terms of personnel. Often we think that we can hire a few people and they can do a job of 10 people. But in that case, they won't be effective. On the other hand, we often have a lot of people doing too little. We have to optimize that. We are trying to identify timelines for certain pieces of work. We try to find some average numbers, generic numbers. This is useful for appointing right numbers of people for certain jobs. Another important point is identifying the functions and roles of human resources organizations. Such organizations play an important role, so they might want to have additional people. There are new tasks that they are now facing, countering corruption. They have to generally be more efficient, and their headcount is still at the same level where it was before. This is something we should think about. We should develop a new set of requirements for public workers' qualifications. This work is not properly structured. In 2014, we polled many public organizations. We have asked them what their thoughts were on the required qualifications. Many public organizations and agencies have taken an active role in that, and by May I think we should come up with a handbook of such qualifications for public administrators. At the next level, we will address regional organizations and agencies with the same questions. In the qualification requirements, we should have two levels, basic and specific. Basic requirements should be applicable for all, regardless of what organization or agency they work in. And this is something that we are doing together with the RENEPA. People should have good knowledge of the language. They should have a basic knowledge of the law. They should have good computer skills. And they should generally have business management skills. These competencies should be the same for government workers in all parts of Russia. There should be an evaluation system for this. In public organizations, there are several unique functions, and government organizations should have their own system of evaluation for their workers. However, we certainly can give advice with regard to the evaluation system. Qualification requirements is more than just a set of professional requirements. They should be function specific. There are different types of public workers. Some public workers provide services, some are high-level administrators, and there are different sets of requirements for these different categories. We should have specific, or let's say more specific requirements for the skill levels, whether people should have MPAs, whether people should receive any specialized training. This would be a good thing. For some positions in the government, we need to give clear and stringent requirements. People should be able to show their compliance with those requirements once they receive appropriate certificates in specialized organizations. Selection of people needs to be improved. Federal Law 79 is lacking many things. There are tender procedures, there are contests, and various other arrangements. I think we should add new things. Human resources departments should more actively work with universities, with various learning organizations. We know from experience that big corporations do this quite effectively. Big companies get in touch with universities and try to pick the best students who would later receive jobs with those companies. Something like that should be done by government organizations. Building a center for recruitment of public workers is a good idea. Individual agencies are not always good at it. They need to focus on their specific functions. So we might want to create some kind of public recruitment agency. It would perform some functions together with various agency-level human resources departments. Such center could be very helpful in personnel evaluation and delegation. Such center could work with the employees who are fired from various agencies and organizations. We see that quite a bit, and such center could help a public worker who is out of job to find employment in another organization. This is an area where we haven't been doing much until now. We need to give public workers a good level of social protection. That would be a good incentive for people to take such jobs. So building a center for recruitment is a very, very good idea. We need to improve the system of certification. Certification should be focused on business qualities of the workers. It's a complex process. We want to make such evaluation as precise, as effective as possible. We have published some of our ideas in this direction at our website, but we really need to do more in this direction. We don't want this system of evaluation to be too complex. We don't want it to be too hard, too difficult, because it won't work then. So there are many different ways of doing that, many different approaches and methods. Some of them have been proven effective in different parts of the world, and we're trying to use those tools, enhance them wherever it is possible, and we want to have our recruiters use all those tools as much as possible. Federal Law 78 requires that public workers should get training and retraining, but there are no specific provisions for that. We should have generic learning programs for administrators of different levels. They should be implemented at federal and regional levels, so that once in 5 to 7 years a public worker which goes through a career ladder should get extra training, get additional knowledge and skills to work more effectively. Next point, development of system of incentives. We need to create a competitive environment. Only this would allow us to attract good people who would work well. This certainly would cost us. To give people good motivation, we have to give them good salaries. We know this from experience accumulated in many countries. A good salary for a public worker is a key to a successful public administration system. It is also very helpful in countering corruption. There are various methods of motivation and remuneration. It's not all about salaries, but of course those are secondary mechanisms. There are various bonuses and other things. We are familiar with that. We should deploy new anti-corruption technologies. Russia has already implemented all major anti-corruption mechanisms that are known in the world. We are still working on building an anti-corruption culture in our agencies and organizations. We are deploying additional technologies. They are still finding their place in the overall system of public administration. We are also working towards a greater level of openness in the system of public administration. We should create a new model of behavior. We should give people additional motives, incentives, so that people act in an open way. We should create a new culture, like business organizations have their corporate culture. We can create a public administration culture. We should instill certain values that should be at the basis of this culture. Public workers should embrace those values, use them as a foundation for their work. All these things should be implemented effectively and comprehensively. We are continuing to work in all these directions. We are making progress and hope to get good results. Thank you. Thank you, Dmitry. We have a great test range, as the President said. We can use Crimea as a test range. Now I would like to ask Yelena Abramova to tell us about your experience. What have you been doing? We are using different technologies. The Crimea is unique in a number of ways. I can tell you about some region-specific initiatives that we have launched. Today we need to create a good, stable atmosphere for economic development. Regional development determines the development of the entire country. The level of competitiveness demonstrated by individual regions depends not only on the geographic location of territories, it depends largely on the way regions work with investors. We can create infrastructure if we are good with financial instruments, if we properly use PPP mechanisms, if we take good care of the people, if we use different forms of self-organization of the people. It's important to have a good team of leaders in the region. Such leaders should be able to work in situations which may be far from perfect. In Crimea, we have many problems with infrastructure. We have many problems which we inherited from the time when the Crimea was a part of the Ukraine. So the tasks that we're facing now are much more difficult than what most regions of Russia see. So what should be done to create such a team of leaders? How can we accelerate economic growth with limited available resources? We asked ourselves this question, and within the Federal Program of Development of the Crimea till 2020, we are addressing issues related to water supply, energy supply, building a bridge which would connect the Crimea to mainland Russia. Of course, human resources is a very important part of this program. Without human resources, we cannot hope to do it all right. There are several things which we should do to build a good team of administrators, a good team of managers. What are we going to do about this? Any team of managers works according to a simple formula. We need to have a leader. A leader should have an active stand and attitude and a charisma. a leader should be quick-witted, should have good memory. That is essential for every leader, and a leader should have a good team. We believe it's important that a team should have not only bureaucrats which perform different functions, it should also include members of the business community, representatives of the big business from the region. We can't do without it. For bureaucrats, it's important to have various skills, experience, competences in their domains. For business people, for entrepreneurs, it's important to be successful. If they're successful as business people, they will be at the right wavelength. Then altogether they can make good progress and they can develop the economy of a region. They can make good contribution to the social development of a region as well. To create such teams, we have certain technologies that are successfully deployed today. We developed a technology which we have already tested. We did a pilot project. We sent a group from Bakhchisaraysk region to Tatarstan. There are several regions of Russia which give support to the Crimea. So this was an interesting pilot project. We had identified several issues, several problems which need to be fixed. I can give you the big picture of the program which we want to launch in 2015 and complete by 2020. We want to first go through a process of selection. We need to have good confidence in the people that we will use in our public administration. We should be sure that the people are good, they have necessary qualifications. Then people have to be result-oriented. Besides standard education requirements, we must give people some international experience. We want to send people for periods of training on the job in different parts of Russia. We think it's important that the learning methodology should be such that theoretical learning and practical learning should have a strong practical bias. We should use practical training at the most successful organizations. We should have fresh blood. We should use new graduates from graduate and postgraduate programs. And we want to use brainstorming quite a bit to identify the most important tasks together. And of course, we want to develop a roadmap of things that have to be implemented for the development of the Crimea. The program should have support at all phases. We should create a common information space for better collaboration, for better way of sharing experience, so that experience can be available to everyone. We are going to send people for training to Singapore, possibly Hong Kong, to the areas which have good experience with new public administration technologies. We know that some things which seem to be simple, like delegation of responsibility, time management, distribution of tasks, proper control, formalization of tasks, effective control. Those kinds of things are not always used and they're not always done properly. Many things have to be explained again and again. Certain things are real eye-openers for our people, although those things are not new. And of course, we should train people to become good communicators. It's very important that people on our teams should have good communication skills. This would allow them to set tasks right, to identify their priorities, to voice their values, to deliver right messages. So those are our goals. The projects that we're looking to implement are very big in the Crimea. So I would invite everyone to embrace new technologies, new methods. Many of them have been voiced today in this session. I think we can do it if we try. We just need to really do it. On our side, if anybody is interested in our experience, in our methods, then we are open. We can share what we've got, and we can make it simple. If you want to create a good team of administrators, then why not use the best international experience? It can be very useful for people from other regions. So that's essentially it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena Viktorovna. It's rather a pilot testing field in Crimea. I'd also want to ask to Alexey Grishirigin, first deputy governor of the Volогодskaya province, who, within the framework of operational regulatory area and financing and any interesting projects in the area of human resources that take place for several years. We finish very soon. Yes, distinguished colleagues, it's difficult to be the last among presenters, so I have to use the quick report system. I'll try to briefly share our regional aspect, our provincial aspect, because the question which we ask ourselves and ask each other, such as how to create human resources, how to recruit the right people, and how to train them, I'd like to present slightly different facet of this subject. And our Korean and Finnish colleagues mentioned and the openness of the administration, transparency, public assessment of the public officials' activity. During last times, we actively used the term such as team, not only team of single-minded people, but also a team of professionals that operate at the level of the public administration. And we also understand the vertical team from the level of the township, city, town, and the federal bodies and governor body. This team has become a key to the human resources policy in Volогодskaya province. We became members of many different projects, such as governance program. So what is innovation? What kind of innovation do we practice? We made all the projects interactive. First of all, broad audience of the project and maximum engagement of population. Second, ad hoc communication and feedback from the population, creation of the single information field, application of modern information technologies. So maximum transparency and legitimacy of those solutions that we make on the basis of these human resources projects. The first project appeared during coming new governor and replacement of the team of the province. We realized the project, the team of the governor, your choice, when factually in the open mode we conducted public selection of the candidates for the leadership positions in the Volогодskaya province. Total number of the candidates was 250 from Moscow, Stavropol, St. Petersburg. As the result, we selected a team of 42 people who underwent open assessment. They underwent internet voting and public and street voting in the large cities of Volgodskoye province. More than 12,000 blanks were distributed. We conducted open voting. It helped to replace inter-elite conflict. The best employees of the state administration who kept working even now, and some people even continued the work. So it allowed new players that came together with the new governor, with the new team, and even some unknown people who came on their own to our contest, and they occupied their vacations. 14 people were appointed immediately. The others were put into the reserve. At present moment, out of this HR reserve, people are heads of districts, heads of the townships, the members of the federal and local bodies. There's even deputy representative of the President of Russia in the Western Federal District. This project is assessment. After 1 year of this new team appearance, we created opportunity. Once a year, it starts from Monday of 19th February. We assess the public bodies' aptitude. Reports are placed onto the government of the province website, even distribution of the mobile phone applications in the rural and township newspapers. They assess our activity for the first year. It was about 20,000 of assessment, more than 110,000. They used the blanks, so you can have this blank in newspaper, you can cut out and place into the boxes. At this time, the results of 14, we had 94,000 assessment, more than 200,000 blanks. From Monday, we renew this project because the level of trust of population towards the system of assessment. What did we do on the base of the system? More than 270 expert proposals were processed. Those public councils, those who participate in, I saw some experts who work here for our human resources project. Last year, as the result of this realization of this project, the structure of the government was changed. It was reformatted, and I should say that in 2 years we see a replacement of the human resources, its termination and appointment of new leaders, especially those who were terminated who performed at minimum level. Of course, this project is recommended. It clearly gives understanding and coordinate and test your feelings from the work of entire team as the whole. The team of the governor is your future. This project is focused at young people, doesn't have wide coverage. As the rule, financially we're limited. However, once again, in 2 years, we prepared already 19 people from young human resources that go to clearly defined vacancies, and that were tested in terms of competency. They received the fellowship from our governor. If they received, they had 3 higher educational institutions and 8 federal bodies that wanted to recruit certain people. Even last year, there were 7 educational institutions. I think that this year will continue to go on, and we will recruit more of the young people who want to come to the public service, but with clear competency in the forest industry, agriculture, in the fuel and electric power industries, where we don't always have sufficient number of candidates for positions which we wanted to have with a set of needed competences. And one should say that out of this project, another project grew. Your future is next. We created young government. It's like a toy for children, but we understand that these people play adults' game, and many of them, they will continue their work. The team of the governor at the municipal level, it is clear that regional aspect cannot be done without service. It's the advanced line, and it's also our basis feed for the human resources, which generate new functional public servants, and they operate in the area of the national economy. In this project pushed us together to work with the President's administration in attempt to find active people who could come to administrative position. They have to comply with the requirements, but I should say that the work in detection of those who want to realize themselves and become something among the same people like themselves. This door was never opened. We were the first to open this door, and into this door, during last several years, 356 people passed. They realized 259 projects. They realized concrete projects, undergoing training on their turf. Some work on social projects, some work in agriculture, some work in politics. At the end, I'd like to say that out of those who tried to run for positions, 125 people became the officials that were elected by people. 102 people at the rural communities, 4 at municipal and district positions, and some were members of the province council. We don't experience deficit of human resources at the level of the rural communities, and this feed by way of using people who came on their own so they could be utilized. It's needed as the air. And to continue this project, we start the authorization of the Federal Statute 136. It's a list of the duties. It was moved to the districts, so it's new challenge, new problem. Factually, after rearrangement of the municipal governance, according to the Federal Statute 136, we received the change of the very principle of formation. So the city managers came about. The professionals, leaders of administration of public level. Factually, for the regions is the problem, because I don't think that our regions ready to immediately find public managers at the level of municipality who can immediately start up. It's like a joiner between public economy and government and public service. So we reform this year the program of municipal level. This will program of preparation of the city managers. We'll train about 65 city managers. 30 is the team that will come to position of city managers of district level. 30 is the rural community level, and 5 managers will be prepared for large cities of Volgodskoye province. For us, the most important today is to make it so that by the moment when the change of the system of administration changes will be ready, and we have people ready to participate in the contests for the position of the city managers. We have very high hopes for Academy of Public Administration and National Economy. Realization of the projects of which I told you now was always together with our affiliate, and now we hope that this new program of preparation of city managers will be different from the public administration. It will be different from the simple set of included into the municipal and the provincial authority. We hope that in September we'll launch this project. In a year we'll have well-prepared city managers. So we thank, on behalf of these people, that the regulations were changed. Officials, they undergo 18 hours curriculum, so it has to be short 2 days program and curriculum. We ask to consider this, so those innovations, those changes to the legislation, changes of economical situation and social situation in the country, we can immediately send people for 1 or 2 days to find out the most important and come back to us. And the second, I liked very much, I think that I will be supported by the colleagues. You have to really create a clear list of the schools that will prepare specialists for the public service, because that opportunity of participation in the contest of all those who decided to participate, unfortunately, doesn't allow us to focus at the concrete programs where we would like to prepare our servants. So if one wants to create a clear list of those educational institutions that will be trained or retrain public officials, increase qualification and work within the framework of such institutions, like the same as in the presidential program. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alexei. And I'd like to thank you that you are working, not waiting until the federal instructions are given or guidelines are issued. You are doing everything on your own, being proactive, creating new technologies, new approaches. And this is what we discussed from the very outset, that this is how we get started the whole cycle of the events. And this is what we have discussed with Mr. Fedorov and with a number of other colleagues, that within this year we're going to work along the lines of arranging some workshops and some conferences, which will be guided in 4 directions. So we are going to promote best practices, the work with the HR, arranging of the civil service, monitoring and appraisal. The work will be done both in the regions and at the federal level, which is not mandatory, but which will certainly improve the quality of the public management. And in terms of conclusion, not to repeat that, I will highlight 2 or 3 more topics which will be used in order to serve as topics for our conferences. So, another topic is the continuous development of the civil servants. So this is a model we are going to discuss later on. And certainly some managerial resources and reserves. These are the topics we're going to discuss in the year 2015 at different conferences and workshops. And I hope very much that this will be the visiting conferences held in the field. And what Alexei outlined, that for a good training we would need good curriculum and good programs, and that is very much true, and therefore I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Barats, who will speak about the programs and curriculum. So I apologize for being so late, so I will try to be very brief, but still let me cast a few stones accusing you of certain blames, and you say that you are launching some new projects, and our Vice Chancellor would ask whether you are launching that or you are putting that on brakes, downplaying, so to say. So let me remind you of the USSR very briefly, dear colleagues. I absolutely disagree with the message that the efficiency of any training or education depend on how many people afterwards were appointed to certain positions. I do hope that the main objective of the training is not reduced to the career ladder, and I can justify that with 2 reasons. Actually, our today's discussion failed to answer one very important question. I was among the first 100 people, and I am still among the dozen which is still in place, and I was together with Mr. Densenko and with Mr. Shakhov, who were at the very first cycle of the training, and still I'm keeping my position, and I'm happy about that. So what I intend to say is that really I here listed 2 quotes, and Andrew Lee Jackson, this is the second president of the United States, once said that all the public offices are simple, that any person may cope with that. And I don't think that this is not the reason why his portrait is on the $20 note. And there is another quotation from Mr. Lenin, who said that even the cook may run the state. But we can admit that the perception of the state as a professional sphere, which would require some specific skills, some knowledge, not just loyalty, whether we are speaking about capitalism or socialism, this is the achievement of the recent 10 or 15 years, and therefore we admit that although if we speak about the managers, although they were trained in 1990s, they were trained in compliance with the old templates, so the generation changed, but we have failed to overcome the old times trend or tendency. And this is not because the Soviet system of training has become obsolete, but because Political economy cannot train a professor who would act as a teacher on modern economics. Modern schools, certainly, not all of them are prepared to train the would-be civil servants. I'm using quite unpopular soccer allusions, so actually the schools should train the soccer players who should know the rules. They should run, they should kick the ball, and that's it. And usually our system trains the judges, the people who should know the rules. They may penalize for the violation of the rules, and they should not interfere with the game. This is what we should train. This is what we have to educate, and we should do that professionally. When we speak about our academy, and this is very important for me to specify that, I am just replicating good, successful allusions and comparisons. Probably you know Shahrazada's tales, who stayed alive only because she had some fairy tales to tell. So I have a lot of fairy tales about BA degrees, and I'm glad that there are a lot of regional managers present here. And when we started discussing the BA program in the state university, so there are about 50 different profiles being implemented in our university. So within our system alone, even without getting outside our campus, we have about 50 different profiles, and now we rely on the support of our regional managers, our regional subsidiaries. We suggested that there should be 9 profiles to be specified and to be trained by our regional affiliates and subsidiaries. And these programs are being criticized most harshly. When a person 17 or 18 years old wants to become a civil servant, it means that he wants to be corrupted, he is eager to take bribes, and he wants to become a boss. But our curriculum at the level of a student, at the level of a university, is not positioned as a curriculum to train the civil servants and would-be bosses, if you want it. This is just a fundamental training program which will explain the governmental management of the economics, setting certain rules, but not necessarily this is done only within the public management or public service. I heard the word elite several times, and this is the word which I unwelcome. After the October Revolution, actually, we like to quote the proverb that living among the dogs doesn't mean that you are not a mongrel, that you are a noble dog, and so it means that there should be some profound and deeper programs which would provide advanced training. So the British system of education sets the principles and norms from top down, not from bottom up. So it means that when we're speaking about the equals, even among the elite, still there should be some rules of the game to be observed. And such profound programs, they imply that there should be some profound instruction of foreign languages, and one of the programs is the instruction of certain other subjects in foreign languages, and this is a program which we're launching together with the Russian School of Economics, with the advanced training in mathematics, and when the managers are going to be trained a more advanced way. I understand that certainly we have to announce a break, but just 2 more messages. The line of programs should be promoted, and we're speaking about MA programs, but right now the would-be civil servants are being trained by MA programs, and there should be different programs in the area of municipal and civil service. And as for the prospects, why the Master of Public Administration are not popular in Russia. So such programs are being implemented in Russia since the year 2009. This is a number of people who got the license and number of people who were appointed to certain positions. So, and among several dozens of universities who applied for such programs, almost none of them started implementing such programs. MBA programs without the public support, without positioning of the necessity of these skills for the career growth, without stating that such a certificate would be required in the professional life, it would be impossible to promote such programs, and certainly such MBA programs are not supported legally. We are very grateful for the support which we enjoy from behalf of Andrew and from Mr. Butashin. We have to develop new standards, and let me highlight that in future we are not asking for more public orders or for the public accreditation, that there should be specific accreditation center. And tomorrow, for instance, at another round table at a session of the National Association of the Business Council, we will present our program of a new MBA, and hopefully it will be supported. Sadly, it would be generalized somehow. And finally, let me tell you that MBA should be supported by DP, and therefore our civil servants will no longer be obliged to take exams in philosophy and in other basic subjects. And it will serve as the basic trend for training our civil servants. Our academy, I hope very much, will be able to propose such a line of subjects and programs. Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew. And again, apologize for interrupting you. Let me admire your professionalism when you can be brief and concise. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I would like to thank Ms. Abramova, Mr. Baslak, Mr. Vahidov, Mr. Shaligin, and Mr. Pansukim, Mr. Soroka, and our colleagues who had to excuse themselves, and all of you who are participating in our today's round table. I invite you to participate in our other events and conferences. Let me remind you that we are building a new system of civil service which will be promoted in the country in the nearest future. And the more professional we are when developing certain recommendations for the administration, the better it would be for us, for our kids, and for everyone who visits Russia and who resides in Russia. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Да, филиалов Совет. Второй зал первого корпуса.
Я также хотел пригласить всех присутствующих на нашу следующую сессию здесь же по управлению в нефтегазовом секторе. Все желающие приглашаются.
Хорошо, секундочку одну.
Я презентацию возьму.
15 минут пригрузить сейчас презентацию.
Ну тогда я возьму презентацию, вам пришлю. Все, Виктор, тогда... Все сейчас, девочки, все должны. Ты сказал, что у нас Ногинского филиала. Там такие вещи приветствуются. Потому что тогда до связи.
Электронный адрес, Скажите, пожалуйста, а можно вообще попросить, или надо у автора попросить презентацию, которая будет?
Нет, вы, пожалуйста, я сейчас могу скинуть.
Скиньте, пожалуйста.
Сейчас, одну секунду, я разберусь.
Такой развивающийся филиал Калининграда.
Что такое?
Очень нуждается.
А мы Московской областной.
Ну вы-то крутые.
Ну,
Все
какие
руки на
крутые.
пульсе. А мы Калининградский остров.
Поставить таблички.
Да, мы сейчас все еще, впереди от ребята. Да, мы понимаем.
Стоят выступающие.
Так, вы меня разбили все. Сейчас, секундочку, пожалуйста.
Нам нужно загрузить презентации,
да.
и нам нужно поставить таблички.
Вам нужны презентации и таблички. Таблички сейчас будут
Сначала
поставлены.
таблички, потом презентации.
Да, таблички сейчас будут
Чуть вы.
поставлены. И...
Все?
Может, я на одну секунду, я быстренько отключусь, я попрошу ребят с табличками.
Ну, кто-нибудь нам поможет?
И одну секунду, я вас сейчас быстро сформирую, кто знает это делать.
Пожалуйста.
Да подождите.
А она где? Я могу вообще все как-нибудь. Вот так выделить?
Да это она мне перебрасывает. Моя.
Ну, уже перебросила?
Нет, нет.
Вот, открывайте.
А где у нас все?
Сказал, да покажите просто.
Просили передать, что на сайте будут опубликованы все презентации.
Я знаю, что такое, не первый раз. Да, мы такие провинциалы. Здравствуйте! Публикуйте. Ну, это если мне не точечки.
Можно тогда я посмотрите на сайте?
Ну, хотя бы последнюю.
Последнее, да? Да, ну давайте.
Да, нет, у нас все презентации мы публикуем.
Последняя была,
Да.
если не ошибаюсь, вот это, да?
По управлению командой мы все опубликуем на сайте. Сейчас у нас следующее.
Это
Новогодского.
Могу это скинуть.
Перебросить.
Нет, не на СДУ, на сайте. Ну вот сайт.
Да вы просто...
У меня закрыта папка. Вот эти все, да?
Вы их выделите и бросите на мой флешку.
Сейчас, секунду. Сейчас мы все их выделим.
Да.
Не удаляется.
И отправить на флешку.
Да.
Ну, сейчас надо.
Так, это...
А мне еще пробираться.
Они не скидываются. Последние
Не
просили.
скидываются?
Они не выделяются все.
Ну, по одной.
Давайте сохранить. Нет.
Вы нажмите на нее, отправить на съемку.
Нажала.
Так. Отправить. Вот, отправить.
Ага, вижу отправить.
Съемный диск.
Е, да?
Ну, наверное, Е.
Послушайте, у нас начинается сессия.
Вот, я
Можем
про что
загрузить
говорю, что
презентацию?
очень, у нас мы с опозданием большим, мы на сайте все это публикуем, извините, пожалуйста. Либо давайте попозже мы с вами отойдем в другой компьютер.
Да нет, ну слушайте, ну это вы можете делать
да,
потом.
сейчас
У нас начинается сессия, я вам объясню.
Хорошо. Поняли, сейчас уходим.
А где другой?
Можно флешку ставить. А вы откроете, да, вы знаете?
Ну, тут участники сейчас просто не подошли еще.
Ну вот сейчас начнется сейчас конференция, и уже начинается прямо сейчас.
Сами участники.
Нет, еще нет. Я поняла.
Никола, is Arevsky here?
I didn't see him.
Это сложно.
Скинулась у вас презентация? Скинулась презентация, да?
Да. Ну, там есть еще. Ну, вот, можно это.
Можно.
Здесь еще есть.
Где Андрей Тимурович?